Alright, are we live now? Are we live? Let's see here. Yes, we are. Yay. Yay. We are live now. Let's take a look here. Map Pro can go and get started. I literally just turned the computer on about 2 minutes ago, so you have to apologize. I have to apologize for my tardiness. Getting everything ready, you know, and does not help that Microsoft Flight Sim has decided to freeze itself. Why is everything so slow today? Hey Seb, welcome aboard. Let's see here. What aircraft should we do? I kind of want to fly the A340. It's kind of been a minute since we last flew that. At the same time, though, I also really love the Fenix. How long are these first legs they're doing? We're going from Shanghai to Tokyo, I believe. It's our first leg. Yeah, our first leg is Shanghai to Tokyo. Yeah, for the first leg, let's do the A340. Let's do the 340 in the first leg. All right. In that case, let me go ahead and get SimBrief running. New flight. Speedbird 35 Papa. Depart. It's the ICAO for Shanghai. Where is it? Zulu Sierra Papa Delta. Zulu Sierra Papa Delta. Off to Tokyo. Now for Tokyo, I've been informed we have to be a bit careful with Tokyo. Yeah, why is everything so slow today? Why is everything being so slow today? Tokyo Romeo Juliet Tango. Romeo Juliet Tango in the A34. It's not the 3. It's the 300. It's been a minute since we last flew the 340. So we're gonna take that today. Generate flight. See here. VATSIM radar. Approaches online, you have to deal with metric. Will I? Because I don't know kilometers at all. I don't know kilometers at all. Pretty foul that son. I know Imperial. I know Imperial really well, obviously, but I don't know metric very well. What is this that you just sent me? All right, I will take a look at that in a moment. For now, flight plan filed. This is gonna work. Shanghai. You know, let me just use VATSPY for right now. Well, but with VATSPY, I can't see like any stands that are available. Why does it have to be so annoying? How do I use VATSPY again? I don't know. Main. I don't know. What? For Shanghai? for Shanghai, you have to fill out a DOBT. What is that? What is that? Wow. Oh, target off block time. Oh, good. Oh, that might help. There you go. Well, let me figure that out. Let's get out on the ground. All right. We were at stand 1-2 last. No, it was actually stand 1-8. We were at last night. Or not last night, a few nights ago. We'll take the EIS one, which is the slow one. Shanghai, Hong Kong, Shanghai, stand 1-8 departure. No, we are doing around the world tonight. Sorry, retired BC 503. Alright, we are Speedbird 35 Papa, going in an A330 from Shanghai to Tokyo. Alright, A343, that's what we are. I can remember, like, Papa can stay in there. Alright, let's see here. In terms of our off-block time, let me get it from Newsky first. Let me schedule this flight in Newsky. A343. 320. Give me an extra 5 minutes. So that'll be 325.0. All right. It's 3 out. Let me figure this out in a moment. Connect up to VATSIM. Alright, main. Uh-oh. Alright. Just love how there's precisely no detailing on the building, so it just looks like we're in a blank wall. Alright, external power on. And the MCDU is coming alive. What I do need to find out, though, is ACARS messages. I have a printer for that. Is it here? Let's see here. I have an ACARS printer right here now, and kind of be helpful if we can use that. EFB settings. Auto print wins. Auto print takeoff data. Yeah, it's now about where you can go tell it which printer it's from. Damn, the second one. Unless that's the printer right there. That doesn't look like it though. Alright, and why is the MCDU not working? Why is the MCDU not working? We might end up doing this in the trouble. Batteries on. Why is the MCDU not working? I thought they updated this to work. So let me open up SimMap Pro, find out what's going on. Let's find out what's going on. Yeah, I don't. Is it in maintenance? No, it wouldn't be in maintenance. I don't know. I don't know where it is. Alright, that is the wrong device. Aha. That's the reason that's not working. See, the A350 had an update plus the liveries update. I did not. I did not. It's been a minute since you asked for the A350. It's been, actually, it hasn't been, but, alright. In that case, I'll deal with that once we get airborne. Because I have to update the firmware. Oh wait, no. What? Firmware version. Hang on. What's going on here? Because something just happened with the MCDU. What's happening? BFB7. Okay, now I'm just straight up confused on what's happening. Sorry, I'm trying to get the thing to my MCDU to work. Let me get Moby Flight up in the meantime. Alright. Let's see here. We don't need that. At least this is working now. MCDU, there we go. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on with the MCDU because the buttons work and everything, but it's not working. From the sense of it's not showing up on my MCDU here. Maybe there's something that I need to put in. I don't know. I'll work on it once we get airborne. Figure it out once we get airborne. Our TSAT time is going to be. All right. 0325. It is 325 for the CSAT. Alright. GSAT now, our GSAT is 0325, and let's see, approach is on 120 decimal 300. Where to get the CA340? Where to get the flight info page? What do you mean my flight info page? Or if you're talking about, oh, this. Seb, if you're in here, if you're in the chat still, you can explain that. Now that is Aviation Edge, actually, or VATSIM Edge, or it's a program that Seb's been developing. Let's see here. I went to 0.300. It is a program that Seb has been developing, and it's quite nice. Alright, let's see here. Damn indie builds. They can't figure out how to do that. And I need to quickly reassign my button. Alright.
Channel 6534 request a taxi.
Alright, align IRS, that's happening. Speedbird 35 Papa. This thing has actually, oh, first off, ATC com. Let's see here. ATSU data link We need to get our clearance. AOC menu. Let's see here. Flight init. No. Wrong thing.
Shanghai approach.
891到位，感谢，准备再见。
Shanghai approach is closing. All stations. Shanghai approach is closing. Monitoring comment. Well, there goes that issue. Like off to Unicom 122.8. That helps me out. Aircraft position invalid. What? I'm really tempted just to switch back over to the A321 for right now. Stuff's not working. Flight plan. Let's see here. Plan runway 34 left. Departure via runway 34 left. On the LAM 46 Delta departure. LAM, sorry, my bad, 94 Delta departure. We can insert that. How long until IRS line? 1 minute.
Put on traffic, China Southern 6534, taxi via Lima 24 Echo 2, Foxtrot Romeo 1, to holding point runway 34 left.
Alright. So what that calls for is, I have no clue. Figure that out in a moment. Let me see here. Maybe MCDU pilot. Let's see if that does it. Let's see if that gets the screen to work. Ah, yes, that did get the MCD to work. That did get the MCDU to work. Interesting how it's not doing it from the captain side of things. All right. Scroll down a little. All right, that looks fine to me. For right now, what does ATC com say? We need to get our weather. All right. ASC menu, weather, and for fuel, we'll do instant. Let's see here. Import all from SimBrief. Instant load. All right. We need METAR on Yankee. Sorry. Zulu. What's the ICA? I don't use SPAD. I've heard it's good, but I don't use SPAD. Let's see here. Zulu Sierra Papa Delta. Might have a slight departure delay. And I need to figure out a way to have all these print. Is it call-out settings maybe? No. Aircraft settings. That's disabled. Real.
Balloon traffic 15215 is lining up and taking off at runway 34 left.
I don't know. I don't know the thing because I should have a printer or I have a printer right here, and works nicely. All right. DSU, AOC menu, receive messages. There's our load sheet. All right. Well, let's figure this out once we get airborne. Then let's see here, my flight. QNH 1029. So we can throw that in now. Departure time. Import all from SimReef. Departure time is actually 10 minutes ahead of that. So, alright. Interesting how they, oh, no, that's not why. The wind is 260 degrees, variable 060 degrees, 320 degrees, 2 miles per hour. That's annoying. Alright. In that case, what does this performance data look like? Well, first off, what's the fuel load? So I can just copy that over. Zero 029. It's here.
Traffic 15215 is airborne.
Fuel. So our zero fuel weight is 162. 162. Point 162.1.
Baltimore traffic China Southern 6534 left wind runway 34 left.
And then the GC or the ZFW 2728. There we go. Got that in now. Alright. Then let's go with Sculptor Sim performance data. Takeoff performance. It is runway 34 left. Sync weather. Alright, and then sync all that. Calculate. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see here. Performance. Our V1 is 150.
6534 taking off runway 34 left.
155. 160. On a flaps 1, takeoff, then our trim needs to be set at up 5.2. Then our flex temp is 5.3. Alright. Data in. In that case, we can go and get the APU up now. Wing lights on. Let's go and get the APU online now. Get the APU battery on. You can probably tell GSX we're about ready for departure. Approach back on what? What?
上海进近前航5215。
No, it's Zulu Triple Sierra. That's not the right airport, is it now? No, it is.
Shanghai Bro, China Southern 6534 runway 34 left, the airborne passing 400 meter.
China Southern 6534 Shanghai radar contact, climb maintain 6 on the sunset.
Climb maintain 6,000 meter, China Southern 6534.
And online for 1 minute, so we don't have the ATIS yet.
天堂5215应答机 C 模式。
Alright. Company message received. Uh-oh.
天堂5215你好，上海雷达看到，上到北亚6000。
上标压6000，前航5215。
I don't know a single thing of what these guys are saying.
上海经济中午好，牡丹96动1，申请一个放行去香港浦东机场。
That's our load sheet. Accept that. Return. Let me try to see if I can't try to get our clearance through CPDLC. Let's see here. ATC com.
该架龙放行至香港城834左，支持可以使用356吗？稍微近一点，那就6
ASC menu.
From 360 Shanghai.
So I'm trying to get our clearances.
Go ahead.
From 360, climb to 6,000 meters, monitor advisory, you are leaving my airspace. Good day.
Roger, 6,000 meters, copy, F 360, thank you.
Let's see here.
上海牡丹96东幺。
Nope, wrong.
2东36，你好，上海后台1，跟着后台拐进跑道36左，地面劲风，就是1东28 36左，可以起飞。
Alright, we'll have to get the clearance via voice. I'll have to do voice then. Alright, in that case, let's get the charts up. And before Newsky gets my
上海牡丹96东幺，您听我几个
05个。
start the flight.
我这边想剩下可以用跑道356吗？牡丹96东幺。
不同意。
Alright, let's see here. Kind of annoying. Alright, we have Foxtrot. I have no clue what's going on anymore. We're in an aircraft that I don't know that well. At an airport I've never been to. Alright. Alright, let's see here. We can expect 3-4 left via the Lehman 92. Or sorry, I think it's Lehman 92 Delta. 94 Delta. Alright. Let's see here. Approach Speedbird 35 Papa on the ground at Shanghai, requesting IFR clearance to Tokyo. Stand 19er with information Foxtrot.
可见加龙方向是香港城834左，舟山92 Delta 离场机上，高900米，巡航高9800，应答机2263，牡丹96东幺。
Alright,
准备好不？
there you go.
牡丹96东幺。
Squawk 2756.
Yeah, France 360, we're staying at 6,000 meters until we're cleared of airspace, confirm.
From 360, you can monitor advisory 122.1 leaving my airspace.
Okay, Roger, I'll stay with you until we get out of the airspace, then we'll continue climb to cruise at France 360.
Alright.
1035, correction, 10,006
Initial climb,
you are
3,000.
leaving my airspace, monitor advisory.
Monitor low, Jojo Dismay, good day, China Southern 6534.
Spirit 35 Papa, stand 19er, ready for push.
Spirit 35 Papa, full star exception runway 34 left, change 1029er.
Push and start approved, QNH 1029er for Spirit 35 Papa.
Spirit 35 Papa, project change 1028 for now.
1028 now for the QNH for Spirit 35 Papa.
南2东36，你好，上海雷达识别了，直飞皮卡上到标准加6000。
Alright.
直飞皮卡上北2 6000。海南2东36。
That's gonna get annoying. Might disable that.
上海早上好，护航261，申请放行至台北。
That's gonna get annoying.
花雷可以反映就是它的跑道344，make 92 Delta 离场，70高900米，巡航高应是3洞，应答机2412。
准备好报，杭州5215离开我观正前场5215离开我观正防御场。
Noted. I'm ready for push as well.
1228前方5215。
Let me just verify. Yeah.
Approach good morning, this is C582. We're already pushed back Lima 04 requesting I4 to typical show. Information Fastra available 361 9,800 meters.
Come on, GSX.
Fly invalid. So give your link check to the network, please.
Departure checks completed.
Roger.
Bypass pin inserted.
Just saying, I'm having a very hard time understanding what barely any of what this guy's saying. Just to say it. I can make out little bits of it, but I mean, not just barely. Just barely. Alright, GSX. We were supposed to be departed, or we're already delayed. Got about a 5-10 minute delay. Let's hope that Newsky doesn't bang us for that, which they might. They might.
That's C582, 5 pin right shot.
Nose, right tail left.
Release parking brakes.
Send depart 582.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Yeah, France 360, we clear of your airspace now. Continue to flight level 380 and switching to 1228 for them.
Alright,
Bye bye.
ignition start. You can go ahead and do engine number. Oh. It would help if we had APU bleed on. Alright, ignition start. You can do engine number 1 and 3. It's the way I have my throttle set up because I only have 2 throttles.
浦东地面你好，国航96拐，当前停机位12拐，申请放人去北京。
I have 1 and 3, and then 2 and 4. Right. 1 and 3 on the same axis, 2 and 4 on the same axis. So, don't ask me why, but I thought it made sense to me. So.
Slip it over your head, fasten the straps, and pull them tight. Inflate by pulling at red tabs or blowing into the mouthpiece. Only inflate your vest when exiting.
Alright, we can do the other ones now as well. Alright, number 3 is available. Yep, we got number 3 available now.
Clear the caution or C4 right, make 92 Delta departure. And join the 5 pin routes, initial 900 meters. Initial climb to Airbus 320, score 2151, that's C582.
Alrighty.
That's the second time GSX has failed us recently. And why does this thing say we're descending? Alright, let's go ahead and do our flight control check then. Let me go ahead and get yoke cam up. Flaps full. Alright. Meantime. Full down. Sorry, that's wrong button.
Percent C582, ready for taxi 34 left.
Full down. Full up.
Status to taxi Whiskey 1 Tango 4 hold Alpha Echo.
Full left. Full right.
Whiskey 1, Tango 4, Hoshio Echo 582.
上接近牡丹96东幺，申请后退开车。
In our departure, initial climb.
使用跑道35离场 P 康95 Delta 离场程序。起飞后上900米保持应答机2动2拐，国航96拐。
All right. See here. Nose lights to taxi. APU bleed on. Nose wheel steering is all disconnected. Alright. Flaps to regular. Let me go ahead and quickly adjust yoke cam for y'all. Figure video. Get it looking a little bit better. Alright. Yoke cam is fixed. Alright.
普通塔台国航96拐，申请退出开车。
I thought I did do that. Whatever. GX6 is weird.
接近牡丹96东幺，已经试找 TOP 时间了，现在申请后退开车。
Oh damn, we have a long taxi as well. Oh. We have a really long taxi. Uh-oh. Not getting airborne anytime soon. Alright. And Speedbird 35 Papa ready for taxi runway 34 left.
Speedbird 35 Papa, taxi via Lima 04, Whiskey 1, Tango 4, horse off Echo.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Lima 04. Sorry, Lima 04, Whiskey 1, Tango 4. And was that Lima 24 for Speedbird 35 Papa?
Negative, horse off Echo.
Hold short of Echo for Speedbird 35 Papa.
南南2动3两离开我空域设定自行频率。
锁定自行频率，海南2动3两，改左边。
Taxi lights on, strobe.
上接近牡丹96东幺，应答机设置263，然后 TOP 时间也设好了，申请后退开车。
Alright, gonna move.
96东幺同意退出车跑道34左，修正海压1动28。
1动28 34左可以后退开车，牡丹96东幺。
换完261准备要后退了。
There's one
261，等会儿吧，等会儿交通。
I don't know.
哎，好嘞，好嘞。
Alright.
Approach the Daisy Fire 2 will take a forward approaching Echo.
Nancy 582 right in Foxtrot, Romeo 1, horse off 34 left.
Alright, flaps to 1.
Daisy via fast short to Romeo 1 or 34 left. Daisy 582.
Ground spoilers to arm. That back to normal. All that on. Get all of those lights on. Alright. These stats looking solid. If only I can get my A-car spinner to work now. Figure that out once we get airborne though. Because it supposedly there's a way. I think.
浦东塔台国航96拐，申请退出开车。
Yeah, that's like to taxi. Alright. So we will turn here. Gotta watch the wingtip clearance. Probably not the route that I'd go with, but whatever. At least this taxi's going reasonably fast. At least this taxi's going reasonably fast. Cannot wait to be on Unicom though. So we're going to Tokyo, where hopefully we are back into Imperial. Estimating 13.3 in terms of fuel once we arrive at Tokyo. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, and we are expected to hold short of Echo. Speed 200 knots is what we're going to throw in.
Speedbird 35 Papa, right in Foxtrot, Romeo 1, hold off 34 left.
Right turn Foxtrot, Romeo 1, hold short 34 left. Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy. Alright, well at least we're moving now. At least we are moving now. Don't know why on earth we thought we were in reverse there.
浦东塔站国航96馆申请退出开车。
In the meantime, landing lights on, APU
现
off.
在接近牡丹96东幺，申请滑行至跑道34左。
96东幺，滑行员爬爬腰，35左外的。
Right, flight
爬爬腰
directors
35左外
on.
的牡丹96东幺。
Flight
First
directors on now.
Can we take the H? Can we set the Echo 0 today?
That's a fine A2. Okay, feel like sir, soon come, QH 1028, runway 34 left, clear for takeoff.
Okay, for takeoff runway 34 left, that's if
往261要后方无人，然后可以推出来这个跑道34左，是航压1动28。往261上海。
换261轻点。
往261后方无影响后可以推出来这个跑道34左，是航压1动28。
1动28，等后方交通通过之后，可以推开跑道34左，换2秒。
Takeoff config normal. Hold short Romeo. Alright, so we're continuing all the way down here to the end. We're continuing all the way down here to the end.
广96馆上海。
国航96馆在。
你们设的时间是几点啊？
这边好像设置错了，你稍等。
what are we doing here?
我南96东幺881，顺运跑道35左881 35右外的。
穿越跑道35左跑标35右外的牡丹96东幺。
Speaker 36, correction speaker 35 Papa via Romeo 1 line up and then 34 left.
Via Romeo 1, line up 34 left, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy. Just state in real world you are technically only supposed to be speaking in English.
我南96东幺881，顺运跑道35右，在 Alpha 前头。
跑标穿越跑道35右阿尔法前的牡丹96东幺。
We should have like a 13,000 foot runway here, so there should be no factor. Runway length, there should be precisely no factor. And considering how big the airport is.
First, Nancy Flight 2 were airborne passing 2,500.
MSG 582 Shanghai radar identified climb and maintain 6,000 meters outside.
6,000 meters flight.
Alright, how can I switch this back over to meters? I have no clue. I have no clue how I can switch this thing over to
牡丹
meters.
96东幺滑行向前滑，Tango 2在 Echo 前头。
There we go.
牡丹96东幺滑行，Tango 2在 Echo 前头。
Tango 2 Echo 前等牡丹96东幺。
Alright, I should climb 900 meters. Alright. What's the departure delay? And out of it's one of the local island country lands. Only one.
普通两台国航96馆，我这边设置的时间是动35动啊。
I thought it was like everywhere.
现在你时间对。
Yeah, to
是跑道35左。
哦，可以推出开车跑道35左国航96馆。
国航96馆登记一下跑道35右。
哦，跑道35右。
Alright.
We are trace spare 35 Papa with the comp, runway 34 left, here to take off.
Clear for takeoff when calm, speed over 35 Papa. 34 left. Alright. Thrust set. What's that about? I have no clue. Aha. There we go. I might have to recalibrate this. Alright, AirNott's check. Manflex 53, SRS screen, auto thrust blue. 100 knots, everything's normal. 120. Things feeling quite sluggish, to be honest. V1 and rotate. Gotta be really careful not to give it a bash. Alright. Yeah, we used up almost every fucking inch of that runway. That's right, Kira.
准备好滑了。
201 581跑道35左外的。
01535左外等黄261。
Damn, we used up most of that runway. Unexpectedly.
Speedbird 35 Papa, Shanghai radar identified, climb and maintain 3,000 meters on QH 1028.
Up to 3,000 meters on QNH 1028, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy. It's what?
5996东幺右转 Echo Romeo 134左外等。
Alright. 3,000 meters.
右转 Echo Romeo 134左外等396东幺。
Bye, Shanghai. Alright, let's figure out what's going on with this A-car sprinter, because I have no clue. Use Navigraph charts, yes. Ice detector enabled. Satcom enabled. Right. All ATC has to know English due to U.S. Most international routes. That makes sense. Alright, localizer away. That just helps us get aligned, not get fined by Newsky.
NST 582 leaving my airspace, frequency is change true.
Mountain Unicorn 122 densify to 1.
Speedbird 35 Papa, apply and maintain 4,200 meters on standard.
I'm sorry, could you say that again for Speedbird 35 Papa?
Yeah, 4,200 meters.
4,200 meters on standard pressure, Speedbird 35 Papa. 4,200 meters.
96东幺地面进风，跑到34左可以起飞。
34左可以起飞，牡丹96东幺。
261881出现跑到35左，881 356外等。
Alright.
881出现跑到35左356外等黄261。
First off, we'll have to update that. We might do that on the ground though. Try to add a bit more time. Let's see here.
上海进近东方5345通博 Hotel 停机轨222，杨哥放行到广州，谢谢。
普通塔台广96拐，准备好滑行。
5345上海收到。
Not a bad view now, is it? Not a bad view now, is it? So we have some kind of weird message. Why is this not?
Speedbird 35 Papa, clear and maintain 5,400 meters.
Up to 5,400 meters. Speedbird 35 Papa.
261 881出现跑到356 Alpha 停等。
1000.
881出现跑到356 Alpha 停等黄261。
5,400 meters. Alright, let's see here. Used to be able to listen to the... Why was it stopped after 9/11? That seems wrong. That seems wrong. So.
到上596东幺领地了。
96东幺，你好，上海雷达看到上岛标准其他4辆。
上边4辆596东幺。
Alright. 5,400 meters. Probably get a handoff over to Unicom here shortly.
哇，261滑行名Tango 2 Echo 前导。
Tango 2 Echo 前滑226。
往96拐滑行员 Bravo 2 Bravo， 在爬爬1前导。
That makes sense. That does make sense.
滑行员 Bravo 2 Bravo 在跑道135前等，光96拐。
Let's get off to Tokyo now.
Speedbird 35 climb and maintain 6,000 meters.
Up to 6,000 meters, Speedbird 35 Papa.
Speedbird 35 leaving my airspace, frequency change please.
Over to Unicom 122.8 now, Speedbird 35 Papa. Thank you for service. Have a good day.
Bye bye.
Unicom 122.8. Alright. Up to flight level 390 is what I believe we have filed. Yep. Shanghai traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, climbing now, flight level 390. Traffic. Okay, the fact that they use meters here in Shanghai for some reason is very, very confusing to me. It means a bunch of extra steps that really we shouldn't need. At least this thing's doing a pretty good job at climbing, though. And the way that AnyBuilds did the CRTs are amazing. Alright, does this thing have... Okay, I love how this thing has like an A-card printer, but... I can't figure out a way to like put it in here. Like to actually hook it up to my real world printer. Which is just beyond these throttles. I love how I can't do that. Let's see here. Maybe there's some kind of setting somewhere. I also love how this thing doesn't have a great integration with the CPDLC. Unless I'm just being stupid about where it is. Well, it's right there. Still not the best CPDLC integration now, is it? I have a heck of a tailwind just past 54. Yeah, so we were arriving into Baltimore last night, and we had a headwind the entire way. And it was about that same headwind. Yeah, it was actually like really, really annoying as well, because what was originally going to be like a 5 a.m. arrival turned into a 6 a.m. arrival. Right, it's like 6 a.m. That's like kind of like the time I have to go to bed. It's like you're cutting it a little close, and It's like, and we landed. It's like the second we got to the gate, we called it a stream. It's like, still, it's really really annoying. It was one heck of a headwind. Slowed us down by massive amounts. So, 142 knot headwind. That seems about what it was last night. 142 knot tailwind. Alright. It's here. Wouldn't be in there. Let me just search it up, because from my understanding, the Fenix might be the only aircraft that actually has the support for the ACARS printer. The actual printer here. Let's see here. Any builds? ACARS printer. Okay. For the A350, the printer is currently in op. We will, however, make a functional printer in a future update. Alright, that's the A350. Another post. We fully intend on incorporating a functional printer. It's coming in a future update. Thank you. And then they appear to have locked the thread. That's what I'm seeing. A340. I don't know. Right now it doesn't seem to be modeled, though, which means it probably did. I don't check my updates very often. Yes, it's the NEA 340. There's a lot of things that this aircraft does well. One of the bigger things is I really love the look of these CRTs. I really love the look of the CRTs here. I think they are absolutely gorgeous, to be honest. AnyBuilds really did a great job at making them. Yeah, in that case, I probably don't have it. Do you know if they brought it over to Indie Manager yet? 'Cause I don't know yet. I haven't updated. It's been a minute since I last updated the 350 as well. And I'm kind of at the point with the A350, I kind of want to put it back into the hangar. They did? Perfect. Perfect. I will probably take care of that tomorrow night. Not going to be a stream tomorrow night, unfortunately. I have to go pick someone up around midnight. So I'll probably do just a bunch of updating from like 9:30 or whatever to the time I have to go leave. So we'll be back with the streams on Sunday night is the goal. Sunday night, probably a Baltimore to Heathrow, depending on how far we get on this. Alright, company messages. Receive messages. ADC. No ADC requirements. Alright. So, I find it kind of annoying that this guy over here, that's over there, nope, wrong one. See if it's in the captain. Why on earth did the gear go down? Kind of annoying. You know, it's... Oh, landing lights off. Those can go off. Let me turn off lights off. Interesting. This is a little weird. A little annoying that we can't have like the captain MCDO. Yeah. If there's any updates for any bills, I probably won't have them. At least not within like the past month. Probably go ahead and do a bunch of stuff tomorrow. That said, though, I really want to fly the. Oh, good. Do you know if they have the functional A-card printer yet? In fact, if I had to guess. What? Hang on. Now I've lost the MCDU again. Oh, that makes sense. If I had to guess, they probably haven't in terms of the A-card printer yet. That's it. Retired BC. I haven't been following the news out of PMDG. Do you know how long it's gonna be for the 737? That's a question I've been meaning to ask you. Do you know how long for the 737 from PMDG? So I know that they've kind of been quiet about it since now that they're working with Boeing. I'd love to fly that thing again. It's been ages since we last flew a 737. And I'm not usually a 737 person. It's been ages, though. It's been absolutely ages since we last flew the 737, and I kind of miss it, to be honest. I kind of miss it. Well, that's not bad of a wing view. Not bad either. What I've heard, I thought someone said like the end of this week, but then I don't think that's happening at all because it's Friday of this week. Friday, Saturday, so I don't think it's. They kind of missed that. That's what I kind of want to bring. I kind of want to fly the 737 again. So does anyone know any information on the release date? On the release date for that? Imagine a British Airways 737 arriving into Heathrow, final leg. Or either next Friday or right before Christmas. Yeah. This is like unusually quiet for PMDG as well. They've been unusually quiet recently. And I had to. They said soon. Yeah, they've been unusually quiet recently. And I think it has something to do with them officially working with the Boeing to develop training procedures. They said soon on, yeah. The question is it going to be out by the end of the year? And I think it'll be out by the end of the year, but the question is, the bigger question is it going to be like soon, like 3 weeks soon, or is it going to be like right before the end of the year? So yeah, in that case, I will take it as. In that case, I will take it as probably Christmas time, if I had to guess. They might be waiting for some update 4 to come out so that they can release a stable version on that and get into the PlayStation market. I have to wonder if that's what they're waiting for. Waiting for the final version of Sim Update 4. Which, if I were them, that's not too dumb of a move right there. It's pretty smart of them if they wanted to wait until Sim Update 4. They are waiting for SU4. Okay, well, in that case, that's not going to be released anytime soon. That is smart of them to wait until SU4. That is very smart of them. In that case, probably mid-December-ish at the soonest, if I had to guess. Oh, they're doing that. Oh, that's a dumb move. That's a dumb move right there. Final beta next week. That's a dumb move. For those who are unaware, next week in the U.S. it begins holiday season, so no one's gonna work. That's a dumb move right there. You have another company message that we received. Let me just look at it real quickly. Nope. Next week we have Thanksgiving. Fair. Well, everyone but me, because next week they decided to foolishly put me in charge on Black Friday. They just decided to foolishly put me in charge. I am their newest shift leader. They decided to put me in charge, so I'm not looking forward to that. Right now, the plan for next week is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, probably not Thursday, possibly Friday night stream, Saturday night, maybe, keyword being maybe for Saturday night, and then also beginning later next week. So, beginning Friday of next week, a lot of our streams are going to get extended. Or they're going to be, the start times of those are going to be pushed. Probably closer to 10:30 instead of 9:30. Because we get to close an hour later. Because we are a mall location. Just want to give everyone a heads up about that. So, overall, the sim time is going to go down over the next few weeks and months. Or over the next few weeks. In the new year, it'll pick back up again, but you know what I mean. I have a crazy challenge for us. What is? Don't miss working. Oh, I want to begin to take my Thursdays off. I need to begin doing that because we have incompetence that usually works Thursdays. Usually my days off are Wednesdays, and usually I spend those days working on other stuff around the house. Well, Wednesdays and then Sundays are always off, so we don't open up on Sundays at all. All right. We are flying the AirNott livery for the A340. We are in the AirNott livery today because no one has, at least as far as I can tell, no one has come out with a British Airways one yet. And we are technically flying for the AirNott virtual airline. Alright. What is our ETA for 5:51 Zulu? So, yeah, that's about 2 a.m. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard the fly-by-wire A380 had a huge update. So is it now like actually like truly usable in 2024? Because one of the issues, I tried it out. I tried to use it a few times in 24, and the VRAM usage is off the charts. I don't usually have a VRAM issue, but the VRAM usage was off the charts. And so I couldn't. I haven't used it since I uninstalled 2020. So does it officially bring Microsoft Flight Sim 24 compatibility? Alright, yeah. Good. And then they actually begin to model out some more of the CPDLC systems, because that's one of those things that I can't use an aircraft without now. Being able to get ATIS through the aircraft, very, very handy. But just overall, yes, but waiting. It makes sense that we would all wait. We might try that out in a few days. Welcome back, Seb. Welcome back. You're talking about aircrafts and the all the aircrafts in 24. Yeah, I did see that fly-by-wire had an update recently. So we are airborne, bound for Tokyo. We're gonna try to land this A340 there. We're gonna try not to bash into the ground and leave a massive crater, but it's been a minute since we last flew the A340, and the last time we flew it, I wasn't great at flying it. So for some reason, the heavier Airbus aircrafts are I find to be a bit more difficult to land for some reason. Rather, the Boeings are easy to land. The 777s are easy to land, but the heavier Airbus aircrafts, and I don't know if it's the gear configuration, because in the A340 it has like this weird middle gear, same like with the A3, same with the A380. I don't know what it is, but it kinda is a bit difficult to land. Rather, when it comes to the Boeings and the bigger Boeings, Boeing never changed up the standard gear design. I mean, they just add extra tires and make it stronger. So, either way, we will see how I do. I'm not expecting any 10s from Newsky today, unfortunately. Alright. Let's go ahead and take a look. Wrong button, idiot. Alright. You're bound for Tokyo. Which is up here. Yeah, this is a good flight to do in the 340. Though once we arrive at Tokyo, we might switch back over to the Fenix. The reason if we look at all of our legs, you'll see the reason that I wanted to do this in a bit of a bigger aircraft. Let's see here, awards. Around the world. Yeah, I think tonight we're gonna get to Monbetsu. Assuming I'm pronouncing that correctly. I think that's gonna be the goal to get for tonight, and then we get to maybe we make our way through Russia on a Tuesday, I guess. Sorry, Monday, Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, whatever. Probably gonna bundle these two, maybe these three legs into a single stream, and then probably bundle maybe these two legs, sorry, maybe these two legs into a single stream. I don't know yet. And then this really long one is probably gonna be its own stream altogether. That is, where is that roughly? Yeah, this lake here might be its own stream altogether. Seb, my plans are still to make a pit stop at Honolulu once we get to Vegas. Those are still my plans. Yeah, we'll probably bundle. We're gonna get to Monbetsu today, and then we're gonna gonna bundle maybe these 3 streams or these 3 legs into the next one. If I had to guess, I'm really trying to have this knocked out by the end of the year, and so far we've been at it nearly a month and a half, and we're not even 50% done. That's it. Though I have had a few things that have come up and since we started it, so I've had a few weeks where I've not been able to do that much on it. We can go ahead and turn off that weird meter thing. We can turn that off. We're still in range of approach somehow. Let's see here. Let's see if we can't try to get some why is this being weird? Why is this being weird? ADAS menu. I've come to the conclusion that this thing does not. I've come to the conclusion that this thing does not exactly like CPDLC, which is not great now, is it? All right, all the heavy work within the 737 series is finished by Christmas, and after and either 2, 3, or 4 of the will be released by the end of the year, forthcoming by mid-January. Yeah, I saw that message as well. So what that tells me is that if they do 1 per week, that means it's going to be around Christmas. I think that's going to be around Christmas. I don't see it being any time before then. So that's though it has taken them over a year now to get it out. Which the first month and a half, that was a delay, not on their own fault, but on Microsoft. So yeah, I think they've even said that the 800 is gonna be first. I don't see why they'd not make it first. To be honest, it's by far the most popular. It's by far the most popular. Probably moving on to the 900 next, then the Dash 7, then the 700, and probably last the 600 if I had to guess. But I don't see any reason why they wouldn't make the Dash 800 first. I mean, that would be very, very stupid of them. Interesting. Interesting why they would do that. Very, very interesting on why they'd want to do that. That said, though, then they said that they had to like reprogram the entire plane. Basically started from scratch. At least that was my understanding. That they basically had to remodel the entire plane. which for them makes sense, but still. I mean, they said it was like a 3-year-old product, so I mean, it makes sense why they would want to why they wouldn't do that. But it's like overall, I would have preferred if they decided to simply make the one in 2020 compatible with 2024, and then do the work to get actually up to the standards. Fair, hopefully. Yeah, that was news that I kind of saw coming, but not really. I think it all caught us by surprise. But at the same time, though, it's like PMDG has been making really good Boeings for a while now, so that's not exactly that much of a surprise that they're using that for procedural stuff. I don't know, but what I need someone to make a 777 flight director, so I can put it across here. I'll get the Yo cam up so you can see what I'm talking about. What I need someone to make a 777 flight director so I can put it right here, and then I'll stick an Airbus one on top of it. Were those decent 767s and 757s? Were those decent ones? I I'm kind of begging for a 767 and a 757 as well. Been begging for some new aircrafts for a while now. And if Fenix can make an A330, then it's like I'll fly that thing all day long. Alright, we are getting out of range of Shanghai approach now. Were those decent 767s and 757s? Oh, level D was PMDG before. Recording. Oh, good. Good. With that said, the PMDG does need to learn a little bit from Fenix, I think, in terms of the modeling department. One of the things I've noticed is that PMDG is lacking on some of their modeling, especially with the screens. And the screens are usable, but when you go over to the Fenix, it's night and day difference. You can see that the screens in the PMDG is was better than Captain's and the PMDG. Best. Okay. That's pretty good. The best is, just to be crystal clear, the best is Fenix. Fenix is absolutely amazing. Not only is Fenix really, really well priced, but they've also been able to make something that really is impressive. It's like nothing compares to the Fenix. Well, PMDG a little bit, but Fenix has done such a great job with the A320s. And now they're moving on to an A3. Now they're moving on to the Neos. And then after that, hopefully they'll move on to either an A330 or a decent A350. Because I'm still not convinced about the one from any builds. In fact, that thing's probably going to go back into the hangar permanently. It's better than it was, but still not thrilled with the A350 for some reason. I know we've flown it a bunch recently, but still. There's something about the A350, and I blame it more on any builds. There's something about it that makes me not like it. And I can't put my finger on what it is. Yeah, see how it is after the latest update. Yeah, I cannot put my finger on what the issue is with the A350. But Yeah, fair. It's the only one out there. Well, someone has some other shitty one, but that's like the they reuse like the whatever. Yeah, and the fly-by-wire A380 as well. The reason that we haven't flown that on the channel in absolutely ages was because it's not. I have issues with it in 24. At least have had issues with it in 24. I have not done the most recent update. But still, the fly-by-wire feels infinitely times better than the 350, and I don't know why, but the 350, it kind of still feels weird, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's like the thing's kind of hard to land, right? Just download it. I may download it and try tomorrow. And yeah. Let me know how that is. But like the fly-by-wire, it feels good. I mean, it genuinely feels like there's true proper wind. It genuinely feels like it's its own aircraft, right? Rather the 350, when you're hand flying it, it doesn't feel like its weight, if you know what I mean. And I don't know if that's a thing with like real world where I don't know if that's a thing with real world where with it being composite and not full aluminum, but it doesn't fly well in my opinion. And it's not input lag anymore. They solved that issue. They solved the issue of it. They solved the input lag issue, but it's still, it doesn't feel like it has a mind of its own. Rather, the Fenix feels as if in challenging conditions, as if it's actually challenging. Right, the 350 doesn't. I don't get that sense from the 350 yet, and I don't know why. But I just don't. It doesn't feel great to fly at all. Rather, the fly-by-wire A380, the thing I could fly all day long. That thing feels amazing. The Fenix feels amazing. The even the 340 feels better than the 350, and I can't put my finger on what it is. Something about the handling just doesn't make it feel right. That, and of course, all those terrains kind of get annoying, but then theoretically by that logic I should hit the fly-by-wire, but the fly-by-wire does a much better job in my opinion. $1,200 nautical miles left. Holy. Yeah, we were flying from Heathrow to Baltimore last night, and my word, that headwind annoying. Our ETA originally our ETA was like 4:30 Zulu, and by the time we landed, it was like 6 o'clock. It was like 11 Zulu. The delay we got, it took us absolutely ages to cross the pond. So, on a flight that usually takes us about 7 hours, it took us closer to 8.5. So, but I did notice that we had quite a strong tailwind arriving into Heathrow on Monday. So, I don't know how much longer this weather's going to go on for, but hopefully it doesn't go on throughout the winter. Or else the AirNott virtual airline is going to begin to lose a lot of money. And we just became profitable as well. For the first time ever, the AirNott virtual airline is now profitable. We're going to begin to lose a lot of money here soon if yeah, our scheduled arrival, at least according to Newsky, was actually only 15 minutes before we actually arrived. But still, it's like Newsky usually is like an hour late. Rather, we were late by Newsky standards, so it was very, very annoying. 'Cause I didn't get to bed until like until like 6:30 this morning. It's currently 11:34 now. For comparison, it's infuriating. All right, let's see here. Estimating Tokyo now 5:50 Zulu, so just over an hour left. Just over an hour left. We'll begin our descent briefing here soon. Oh, we have to be careful with Tokyo. We have to be very careful with Tokyo. There's a runway we are not able to land on due to Newsky and due to Flight Sim 24. And I don't know if they fixed it, but let's see here. Let me just, I have a pin somewhere. Alright. Flying out of, if you land or take off from runway 2305, you have to cross the water bridge. However, there's a Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 bug that as soon as you attempt to cross that bridge, you will crash. Not the sim crashing, but your aircraft crashing. And of course, if you are in Newsky, you will fail that flight. Alright, noted. Which means we can take runway 2204 or one of the 3 4s. We just cannot take 23 or 05. So, okay, noted. You will have to be very careful not to take that runway. Or, theoretically, we could take that runway and then quickly disconnect from VATSIM until Newsky we're actually at the gate when we're not. Now we're going to try to taxi under VATSIM, but we will avoid that runway. Actually, if that's only an 8,000 foot runway, then anyway, then. Yeah, it is only an 8,000 foot runway, so we probably won't take it anyway. Because we're in the 340. Alright. What are the winds? What are the winds? Oh, let's see here. My flight. The winds are 080 degrees, 3 knots. Alright, that looks like we're going in from the south. That's easy. Yeah, that might be a bit of a crosswind, actually. No sig. Ouch. We will have to take a look at. We will have to be very careful. At least we got a pretty good wing view right now. Like the wing view is not bad. Alright, now in terms of these throttles, what I need to do is I need to create a bit more of a tolerance. Let's see here, throttle calibration. Input dead zone. There we go. Good. That is dealt with. We can tune up that range. Any direct waypoints we can go to. Direct. Yeah, let's go direct to AirNott. It won't save us that long, but it'll save us more than nothing. And our arrival. Well, I'd say if any ATC is online first. There are a handful of arrivals into Tokyo, so there might be. Oh, it's here. Yeah, there might be some ATC that decides to hop online. First time flying into Tokyo. Now imagine if we were to go Tokyo to Heathrow. That'd be a bit of a flight now, wouldn't it? Actually, I don't even know what direction we'd go in for that flight. Tokyo to Heathrow. Probably go across the U.S. to be honest. Go across the Pacific if I had to think. Probably go across the Pacific, up through the northern U.S. from Tokyo if I had to guess. So you could also theoretically go the opposite direction. Take a perfect middle, halfway around the world. So. That would be one quick way to knock out the around the world flight, or legs. No direct flights. No direct flights from Tokyo to Heathrow. Interesting. So what? Usually, I guess what do they usually do? Then make a pit stop in Singapore or something. Okay, well we're off to the Romeo and Juliet Tango Tango. I mean, what do they do then? Make a pit stop in Singapore, I guess. Could go Singapore, could go Dubai, maybe. That's actually a pretty good wing view right there. Now, what do we need in order to land for today? What do they need? That makes 7879. Oh, you don't know something that I've heard, or that I've seen now. Unfortunately, for the Baltimore to Heathrow route, they have swapped out the aircraft for the Dreamliner for the winter. And so no, fully 100% real-world flights for us until either we get a good Dreamliner or until March 30th, which is when they officially bring back the Dreamliner. Or bring back the 777-200s. Which is very, very sad. That's very, very sad. Very, very sad right there. Because personally, I do not like the Dreamliner that much. My experience, my 2 experiences on the Dreamliner were not great, and overall, I just don't think it's the best aircraft that it could be. Feels a little too light. Rather the triple, the triple feels amazing. Even during turbulence, the triple still feels pretty good. Do you want to get up here? Do you want to get up here? The dog wants to play. in a 777 eastbound. 13 and a half hours. That's not a bad flight. That I can get behind. That's a flight I can get behind. At least it's not 18 hours. Yeah, no, I've learned they've swapped out the 777s for the Dreamliners for Baltimore. I went to look the other day and I noticed. Actually, we were tracking the flight on Flight Radar, and I noticed that it was a Dreamliner, not a 777. Then I went into the BA website and looked. Westbound and. Yeah, I guess you really could theoretically go either direction. I guess theoretically you could go either direction. So, some Japanese airline just recently said that they were either rebranding or closing the doors or something. I forget which Japanese airline it was. Japan Airways, I think it was, maybe. Japan Airlines. I cannot put my finger on which one it was. Let's see here. Okay, what do we need in order to land for today? Because I would much prefer the winds of an ILS approach into one of the 05s. To most likely 05 right. Landing performance. What do we need to land? Right, runway. Recommending 16. Sorry, 16 left is what it's recommending. What does SimBrief say? Let's see here. Performance and tools. Landing performance. 16 left. But that's like a pretty strong headwind, or crosswind though, right? It's only 3-degree crosswind. It's only 3 knots. It's not that bad. Yeah, in that case, we'll take 16 left is what I'm thinking. Here, do you want to get up here now? I'm thinking we'll take 16 left then. Meantime, we can go direct to. Go direct to that waypoint. Actually, what does that do for us? Not much, but whatever. Yeah, I guess we can take that. Alright, arrival. What? It would be an RNAV approach. RNAV's fine, unless they have an ILS, which I don't think they do. They have a localizer. Oh, they do have the ILS. ILS runway 16 left. So we're aiming for it. And what is our star that we're on? What is our star? Where is it? What is the star that we are on? You're on the Axe Victor arrival. I have no clue how to pronounce that. Sure, no clue how to pronounce that. You're on the Ashima Victor arrival. Noted. You will take the ILS runway 16 left. Oh dear. Not thrilled about that then. That'd be annoying. Right. Wrong one. Check that out. Take the ILS. Final. Not thrilled about that now. Alright. Let's see here. Not even seeing anything relating to this arrival, which means we could probably skip it. Unless, of course, there is, and not perhaps being annoying. Star. Let's see here. Shima Victor. Where's that flights? Yeah, I'm not seeing. Let's see here. Not thrilled about any of that now, am I? You're on the Victor arrival, which is by far the most direct. Yeah, I'm not seeing any kind of information relating to that. Let's see here. Shima Victor. What do those look like? Nope, not useful. Nope. Alright, well, in that case, our descent is on our own. Shima Victor arrival. Insert. And of course there's a hold somewhere on that. There's a hold somewhere on that. Am I being blind or? Am I being blind or I'm not seeing any of that? Victor. Is this it? Yes it is. Yes it is. Okay. Here it is. So it is Shima, then direct to. Let me just make sure all these waypoints match up to what I have. To hold right somewhere. At Snoke. Really? Shima Victor. Oh, that's a standard miss approach. All right, there we go. All right, so it's Umki, then Kaiho at or above 4,000, then Darks at or above 18,000. Well, in that case, if we're going there to Darks, then I don't see any reason why there shouldn't be like a circle land approach. What are our approach options again? What are the approach options again? So if we can take an RNAV, I'd be more than happy to take an RNAV. Nope. Unless we want to do a visual approach. Visual approach is always an option. No standard arrival procedures. Could go with a visual approach. What does this look like right here? It appears to be standard 10-mile final. Standard 10-mile final. Actually, no, it looks even more than that. 15-mile final. Not looking forward to this arrival. Alright, well, so what we'll do is we'll go radar vectors. Delta. We'll go radar vectors to 60 ME. In that case, we might just hand fly it in then. Which I do think that RNAV arrivals are a lot easier in Airbus planes, so I do believe that RNAV arrivals are much easier in Airbus aircrafts. But we wouldn't have the RNAV localizer yet. I kind of feel like this is like a natural place for there to be a circle to land approach, right? Your final waypoint is darks, right? And at dark you're essentially parallel to the runway. Essentially parallel. So it's like this is like a perfect place for there to be a circle to land arrival. You know, don't know why there isn't, but that's up to the investigative idiots to decide. All right, that's no annoying then. Vectors, darks, and then we'll go direct from darks to whatever this waypoint is, to Lycos. So next waypoint, Lima Yankee, Sierra Oscar, Sierra Oscar, Sierra, or Charlie Oscar, or Sierra. That's what we'll do. And that's approach hops online. And that's approach hops online, which I don't think is gonna happen. No, looks like we might be one of the few arrivals. So. And then from Tokyo, we get to make our way up north. And we'll probably do that in the A320, if I had to guess. Let's see what fun is happening in the U.S. What fun is happening in the U.S. today? Or tonight? Holy! Is Dallas doing some kind of event? Because they have delivery, ground, tower, and ATIS online. Is Dallas doing some kind of event? Anyone on Honolulu? No. If someone was on Honolulu, it'd probably be Seb. But holy. Are they doing some kind of weird event? Because they are fully staffed up at Dulles. They are fully staffed up at Dulles. With 3 aircrafts, not even. Actually, let's find out. VATSIM Edge. VATSIM events. Nope. Discover India. Wind soup. Pepper meats, hot dry noodles. China. There's an Asian event there. C1 exam. No, not important. I find this interesting how they're not doing an event yet. Dulles is fully staffed up. And And it's not like they only have one approach on as well. It's like they got 2 approaches on. They got 1, 2. And they also have, what's that, 2 DC centers? No, 1 DC center? Holy. How else do they have? Surely they've got to be doing some kind of event. Memphis is not bad either. Would have been a good night to fly in the U.S. Would have been a good night to fly in the U.S. Boston, yeah, Boston is offline. New York is offline. Kennedy's offline. Kennedy's never on anymore. Kennedy is never online anymore. It's been a good minute since I last saw JFK online. Alright. Our max, okay, our optimum is level 385. Max 407. Okay. That's fine. Why are we bumping around up here? We're bumping around up here for some reason. Why are we bumping around up here? Yeah, it's not that bad. Pretty good wing view. Not as good as we've had, but still not bad. Oh, we are approaching 800 hours on VATSIM here soon. And I have a weird goal to get to 1,000 hours by the end of the year. Even though the math on that doesn't really support it. It's like 8 hours a day for the next the next 30 days. But at the same time, I think we're gonna get really, really, really close to being on VATSIM for 1,000 hours by the end of the year. I think we're gonna get really, really close. All right, it is time for some tea. Time for some tea. Time for some tea. Are you okay, bud? Are you okay? You just hit your head on the side stick. Gosh. All right. Let's hear. What is this again? I don't remember what that is. Nice little tray table. You get this in the Airbus. You don't get this in the Boeing now, do you? You don't get this in the Boeing now, do you? Let's walk around the cabin a little because I'm so bored. If we can walk around the cabin, we had some issues last time. Appear to have been fixed. I'll tell you what, this is a very, very nicely modeled cabin. mean, I like how it kind of captures the old look of the 340. Yeah, this is very, very nice. Nicely modeled cabin right here. You have all your overhead bins. Tiny overhead bins. The overhead bins in the triple were in the British Airways 777. Oh, those things were insanely big. Those things were spectacular. And then same thing with the overhead bins in the Embraer. In the Embraer, they also felt good. In the for how small the Embraer is, the E170, or I think it was an E195 that we were on, it looked pretty good. The overhead bins were quite sizable. And of course they modeled all this stuff back here. Actually not in any builds. Though the carpeting back here doesn't look the best. Alright, how long until our top descent? How long until our top descent? Top descent is at 5:32 Zulu. So that's about 25 minutes-ish. About 25 minutes until our top descent. Let's see here. Performance. Next phase. Next phase. QNH is 1022. Temperature is 16. The wind is 100 degrees 3 knots. That's a crosswind. Oh dear. Not thrilled about that wind then. What other runways do we have an option for? Alright, what are the possible runways for this? We could take 04. We could take runway 04. We just can't take 05 because of the bug. Which, to be honest, probably has been fixed, but I don't want to risk it. Yeah, we could take 04. 1/6 left would probably still be our best option. Any other options? No, I'm not seeing any. Alright. We'll figure it out. Then, I think we'll take 1/6 left then. I think we'll take 1/6 left then. Then in terms of the borrow, it is 219er. 219 on the borrow. Flaps full, approach speed 137. I can agree with that. Transition altitude 14,000 feet. Is that correct? Yes. Level 140. Alright. Begin descent about 5-10 minutes early. So is what we'll do. Why are we going so fast? Or sorry, so slow? We can easily do a decimal 85 in terms of the Mach. Oh, that box of tea is almost done. Box of tea is getting close to being done. Been working on that box of tea for a year now. Been working on this box of tea now for a year. And it's almost done. Almost. Another a few weeks and it'll be done. Hiroshima is 217 nautical miles out. And then in terms of the plan, why is this not showing the plan? Why is this thing not showing the plan? Oh, I know why. It's because this is annoying. It's because this thing's being annoying, that's why. Alright, so we'll go direct from that waypoint. Alright, and I just want to verify. Yeah, that does kind of have that weird shape right there, but that's fine. We can fly radar vectors after darks. Radar vectors after darks is fine. Alright, let's see here. Alright, let me just take a look at this work message. Pretty much stuck up front. Mainly focus on up front. You're on reg. Knows how to do motor. Overall, wonderful day. Solid new hire. I did. Good. One of our new hires is doing good. So, all right. Yeah, so this is the planet. Go radar vectors after darks, most likely. How long until descent? Top descent is in 15 minutes. Top descent is in 15 minutes. See if we can try to pull out a butter on this thing. And then once we get to Tokyo, we're going back to the A321. Because I don't like this thing. Not if it can't use my A-card printer. So I bought a new A-card printer I bought a new receipt printer to serve as an A-card printer. And in the Fenix, it works amazingly well. It works amazingly well in the Fenix. Yeah, that one I bought was really cheap, but it works. It works and does pretty good. Does a pretty good result. The only annoyance was the software needed to get it working. But it works, and it works really, really well. So the fact that and it doesn't take much to add the A cartridge printer functionality as well. It really does not take that much to figure that out. So. All right, we are estimating Tokyo 16 left by the end of the hour. That's what we're estimating. By the end of the hour. Which, okay. Begin our descent here in probably about 7 minutes-ish about the plane. We're always a little proactive on our descent. Because I'd rather cruise at a low altitude than have to figure out a way to descend quite rapidly. So. Dun 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 dun. And then we'll fly the A321 from Tokyo to to the next airport. What's the next airport again? Manbetsu, which is in northern Japan. And then it's off to Russia. It's off to Russia and Alaska. Those are the next place we're off to. Oh, we might get up to Russia today. We might. Depends on how long it takes us to get to Manbetsu. We might get up to Russia today. Don't know, but we might. We might get up to Russia today. Also might not, but it depends on what time we arrive at Manbetsu. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and finish making my tea real quickly. That's what I can do. I'll wait for descent. This is good, proper Yorkshire tea. Time is it is going to be 3 o'clock. It is 3 o'clock Zulu. It is 3 o'clock Zulu. Sorry, it's 3 o'clock local. Every day that Heathrow switches runways. But in terms of in the morning, what they'll do is Heathrow will land left, right, left, right, left, right. It won't be. They'll land like that in the mornings at this time, and then once stuff dies down a little, once they begin to get a lot of departures, then they'll switch over to their usual single runway departure, single runway arrivals. Yeah, and then at 3 o'clock, what they'll do is they will swap those runways, right? And so if they were departing 27 left, then they'll be landing 27 left. If they were departing 27 right, now they'll be landing 27 right. And then in the evening, they might be doing simultaneous departures. Though I don't know. I don't think they do, but it is possible. Because usually the way that a lot of airlines have their schedule, It is you arrive in the morning, and then you depart at night. Or you depart around 5-ish. At least that's what BA does. And it means for overnight flights, it means you still have the days to yourself. So. But it'll be 3 o'clock either Zulu. I think it's Zulu. Well, either way, it's the same now. Zulu and local time, it's the same now, so. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then if you're able to go to Myrtle Avenue in the morning, they're landing 27 left. It's always nice. So. It's always nice if you're able to go to Myrtle Avenue in the morning. I've been there once. And it was amazing. So many amazing photos. So many amazing photos from Myrtle Avenue. Alright, got some tea in my system now. Now I'm waking up. Now I'm waking up a little. Alright, top descent is at 528 Zulu in about 6 minutes. Let's see here. So, we are inbound for Oshima, and it looks like we probably have the whole place to ourselves. It probably, yeah, it looks like we might have the whole place to ourselves by the looks of it. Wait, I need to get the actual name of this airport. Haneda. It's Tokyo Haneda International. Tokyo Haneda International is the name of the airport. Alright. Downloading the A380. We'll do a flight tomorrow, hoping it fixed a lot of issues. Yes, so am I. Because I'd actually love to fly the A380 again. I'd love to illegally get it out of Baltimore again. And the reason that I say illegally is because it's not... Baltimore technically doesn't support A380s. So... Even though that's stupid because... The way they have the taxiway clearance... the gates... They have the parking stands big enough. The only thing is 10,000 foot runway, but still not. Baltimore should absolutely be capable of an A380, especially if Manchester is, which Manchester is. If Birmingham is, which Birmingham is, Baltimore absolutely. There's no reason that Baltimore can't be capable of that. All right, let's take a look here at our descent. Descent now. Descend now, flight level 200 actually. Tokyo Haneda traffic Super 35 Papa gonna begin descent now, flight level 200 from flight level 390. We are on the Oshima Victor arrival, expecting Alpha's approach into runway 16 left. Tokyo Haneda traffic. Hinata. I'm an idiot. Hinata. Goes to show you that I've never been. Just goes to show you how much how little about this part of the world I actually know. My sister knows a bunch about this part of the world, though I barely know anything. Hinata. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, let's make that one. Let's make that 170 by Hashima. By Yashima. Tokyo Hinata traffic, speedbird 35 Papa. Descent now to level 170, level by Ashima. Tokyo Hinata traffic. Alright, we can go ahead and get some speed breakout. What I'm thinking is we'll go down to 160 and then it'll be radar vectors, pretty much final. Pretty much ILS final. And because the charts are deciding not to show up in a Navograph, I have to go search for the charts again. Is the Ashima arrival. The Ashima Victor arrival. Whatever that is. Oh, here it is. So 6,000 at Umki. $6,000 at Umki. If you complain about the speed break, then you have a hard time maintaining the speed I tell you without it. Kind of makes me think you need some form of speed break. Alright. We got a nice new yoke view. See how this we'll see how we do today. Hopefully we don't leave a massive crater on the runway, and hopefully we don't have to dispatch the AirNott rapid runway crew, or sorry, rapid runway repair crew. Hopefully we don't. We better not Brussels it. Sorry, David. We better not do what David did into Brussels. We better not do it. We better not fucking do what we did into Baltimore a month ago. We better not fucking do that. Oh, Grumpy was there for that. You gave me the number. That was. We were in the go around, and we basically landed on the grass. The winds were that horrendous, and I really didn't want to divert because we would have had to, because of the storm, which I have learned since then, was actual diversion territory. We were affected by the same storm that was at JFK. Because that storm, it would have been a diversion either up to Boston or down to Charlotte. Right, and so it would have been one insane diversion. Not to mention, you still don't get the money for the virtual airline. So I kind of wanted to get that thing on the ground. But we essentially landed. One of our wheels was in the grass when we landed on that runway. It was 1-5 right at Baltimore. It was ouch. So we better not do what we did. We better not do that. And that was in the plane I fly the most as well. Alright. Speed 310 knots, I can agree with that. Speed 310 knots. We need the speed brake. Estimating Hinata at 554 Zulu. So 24 minutes to go. "24 minutes to go." Let's tell you what, let's go direct. What's the waypoint that's over here? Let's go direct. That. We'll have to pick up our rate of descent. Kaiho. Kaiho. Alright. Hinata traffic, Suitor 35 Papa Heavy, descending now to an altitude of 6,000 feet. Sorry, my bad. Descending now to an altitude of 4,000 feet. Level by Kaiho, turning direct to Kaiho. And that is waypoint Kilo Alpha India Hotel Oscar. Tokyo Hinata traffic. Sorry, Hinata traffic. Alright, so you're slow. We can go ahead and pull our speed back a little, but we gotta pull up. We gotta get our descent going. Alright, speed brake is full. And before I forget, we can go and throw the landing lights on. How the hell did we fly it without the oxygen the entire way? Without the without this? How the hell did we do that? How on earth did we not get like any kind of like warning? I guess it's only air conditioning. It could be oxygen. How on earth did we manage to do that? We might not have we might not have passengers that are very happy. If we even have any left at all. Ew. Alright. Hinata traffic, Suitor 35 Papa Heavy. Reducing speed now to 80 knots. Hinata traffic. This is one rapid descent we're in. I beg your pardon? Beg your pardon? We have an Emirates at the wrong fucking airport. There's an Emirates at the wrong fucking airport. Oh my word. That's funny. There's an Emirates going to Kansai. An A3. Okay, everything about that's just confusing me. Everything's about. Oh my word. I cannot make this up. I'm going to show you what I'm looking at on this right now. There is an Emirates. Okay. At the wrong airport in an A3-3900. Oh my word. I cannot make that shit up. Center pressure. Actually, what's the QNH again? Let me get that up. QNH again now. Actually, QNH 1022. Oh my word. I cannot make this up. there is an Emirates A330-900 on the ground at the wrong fucking airport. Just to be crystal clear, for those who don't know, Emirates only operates the 777 and the A380. Then again, we're also in a British Airways A340. And they don't operate the 340. Never have, never will. No, neither do they operate the A330. So, but still, the wrong fucking airport. I almost feel like it's my responsibility to, like, I don't feel like it's my responsibility, but I kind of feel bad for the guy, from the sense that maybe someone should tell him. We gotta reduce our speed. Hitting auto traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, slowing speed now 240 knots. Hitting auto traffic. Resuming descent to altitude 4,000 feet in a moment. Oh my word. That's funny. So, and we're in a British Airways A340 going from Shanghai to Tokyo, so I can't already really like that much better. So. In auto traffic, speedbird 35 Papa heavy, resuming descent now down to altitude 4,000 feet. Level around Kaiho, that is Kilo Alpha India Hotel Oscar. And expecting Alice approach into runway 16 left. Traffic. Oh. Got some clouds. Uh-oh. You get the updated winds. Try those in the performance page. It's 1022 variable now, 2 knots. Alright. Temperature now 1.5. The wind variable 2 knots. Alright, 137 on the approach speed, that's fine. Newsky. Nice. Here's the thing that I've noticed that the Asians do. They give you the altimeter setting at the end, so for some reason you can't switch, which every aircraft should be able to switch from QNH to altimeter. Now I can see it easily. That's the thing that I like. If only Heathrow could learn. If only Heathrow could learn. If only they could learn to build a third runway as well. If only Heathrow could learn to build a third runway. No, it's not that there's not room. It's not that there isn't room. They actually do have the space to do it. Assuming that they were to buy out a bunch of land, which would the economy benefits would absolutely help help the UK in more ways than one. It's like the writing's on the wall. They have to build that third runway here soon. Or Heathrow needs to do is they need to fund Gatwick to build the third runway, and turn Gatwick into Heathrow, which I'm okay with that. It's like there is the room if they were to do it smart. And yeah, they would have to demolish a few things, but they need that third runway. It's like they have like no room for error now. They need to stop departures for 15 minutes. Flights are going to get canceled. I mean, they are, by definition, at max capacity. So it's like, and if they were to do it to the north, which they already own most of that space anyway. Most of that space is already Heathrow land anyway. So, you know, you're following what I'm saying, right? It's like they'd have to, especially. Well, it's not much space that they'd have to get, and it's not that much history as well. I mean, there's Windsor, but you're not talking about going as far out as Windsor. You're talking about building a third parallel runway, right where they have some of the current buildings. So it's like they need to build it. They need to build it, and I know it's a bit of a controversial thing over there, which I just don't understand why, because it's only a few buildings that they have. It's only a small town that they'd have to buy out. It's only a small town, and even if it were to not even be like a 12,000 foot runway, even if it were to be like a smaller runway, that would still help them out in a massive way. Even if it were to be only like a 7,000 foot runway. So alright, let's see here. Speaking of flaps 1 now, try to get that speed below 220. I mean, you're not talking about going out as far as Windsor. No, you're talking about taking about half the land that they already own, and simply buying out another little bit of land, right? It's not that much land that they have to buy out either, especially not for 7,000 foot runway, 8,000 foot runway, and that's all they need. It's like if you can put all your smaller jets on that. Now you don't have to have the separation issues, and in between 27 or what would be 27 center and 27 left, or sorry, my bad, 27 right. You can put a few more parking spaces, so all I'm saying is that to me, it seems like a bit of a no-brainer. So, all right. What altitude do we intercept the localizer at? We intercept at 4,000. And I got the field in sight. In that case, let's fly radar vectors now. Here. Traffic speedbird 35 Papa making a downwind for Alice approach into runway 16 left. Tokyo Haneda. Sorry, Hanada traffic. It'll be a heading of 330 degrees. Tokyo Hanada traffic. Alright. Got the airfield in sight. Bum bum. All right. Let's see here. You know, if we were to descend to an altitude of 2,000, it wouldn't be that bad now, would it? No, maintain 4,000 until established. Tokyo Hinata traffic speed bird 35 Papa Heavy. In a moment, we'll go ahead and make a base turn for Alice approach and turn right 16 left. For now, slowing speed 210 knots. Tokyo Hinata traffic. That's where we're going to end up at here soon. Try to get a screenshot of that while we pass it. Try to get a screenshot of it while we pass it. Yeah, I see what I mean. It's by that water bridge would this doesn't exist. I see what it means. Alright, let's see here. Tokyo Hinata traffic speed bird 35 Papa, slowing speed now 190 knots. Tokyo Hinata traffic. Actually make that speed 180 knots for speed bird 35 Papa Heavy. Alright. Flaps 2 now. Yoke view up. I gotta maintain it. Maintain heading 330 degrees until we turn base for Lycos. Because that's when we'll turn final. Or that's when we'll actually intercept the glide slope at. Not the most fuel efficient speed and altitude ever, but it'll do for right now. Estimating 11.6 in terms of fuel, which in wind calm conditions. So the only reason that we'd have to come back up in the air is in the event of a go around or failure. Speaking of go arounds, what is the standard miss approach looking like? All right. For the standard missed approach, it is climb on heading 157 degrees to an altitude of 700 feet. Then turn left to intercept and proceed outbound via the Tango Tango Victor Echo VOR to Snoke and hold at an altitude of 4,000. Minimum climb gradient of 5.0%. So that's 340 feet per nautical mile. Noted. Tokyo Hinata traffic speed bird 35 Papa Heavy turning base now for Alice runway for Alice runway 16 left approach. We'll maintain speed 180 knots until established Alice 16 left. Tokyo Hinata traffic. Speaking of this, we can get the approach mode on. Alright. Once we turn final, we will intercept, or once we turn final, we can get the gear down. In the meantime, runway turn-off lights on, takeoff lights on, everything else is on, look good. Let's see how this behavior is, because we are turning on this ILS a little sharp. Try to, you're a little sharp on this. Trying to figure out whether due to 40 minutes difference is still 40 minutes difference. So yesterday for me it was, I think it's worse than that. I think it's closer to 150 knot headwind, but it's like the difference of like an hour and a half or something like that. It's insane. Tokyo Hinata traffic 035 Papa, turning final now, ILS runway 16. We'll maintain altitude 4,000 until established, or sorry, until fully established ILS glide slope, and we'll maintain, let's go ahead and slow our speed now to 160 knots until 4 mile final. Tokyo Hinata traffic. And we'll maintain that. That didn't do that bad of a job. That said, though, that ILS is... Correct me if I'm wrong, but that ILS does not look... Well, it says it is. That's the airport, right? No, that's your... Wait, what? I'm sure I'm confused now. Because that right there looks like it should be the airport, but it's not. It's that up there. Yeah, I gotta see it now. Never mind. Yeah, maybe the winds are improving, I don't know, but yesterday it was quite annoying for me yesterday. Noted. Speed now 160 knots. Noted. Flaps 3, actually we can go flaps 4 now. Noted. Flaps are full. Let's arm those ground spoilers before I forget. Forgot about the arming of the ground spoilers last night into Baltimore. Yeah, auto brake 3 still did it. Still slowed us down just fine. Alright. Speed 160 knots until 4 mile final. That's the reclamation area. Ah. Yeah, it still looks... I mean, if you look at it from afar, it still looks like an airport, but then you look straight ahead and that looks more like an airport. Tokyo Hinata traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy. Now 5 mile final, ILS runway 16 left, approach. Tokyo Hinata traffic. What's our final approach speed? 137. So we can reduce it to 14. And we can reduce it to 137. No, that we're only at 4 mile final. Tokyo Hinata traffic, speed to 35 Papa Heavy. Now 4 mile final, slowing speed 140 knots, ILS runway 16 left. Tokyo Hinata traffic. Alright, gears down, flaps are full, ground spoilers are armed. You do not have an auto brake set. You can go auto brake low. Auto brake set now, gear down. Cabin ready. Good, everything's looking solid. Final call, Tokyo Hinata traffic, speed 35 Papa Heavy, landing at runway 16 left. Final call Tokyo Hanada traffic. Ah. Still looked like an airport. Alright, we'll take this over by hand here in a moment. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. A little low. Happy to say we're alright. Continue approach. Continue. That wasn't bad now, was it? Wasn't great either. 347 feet per minute. Overall, I like that approach. Now it's a little off center. That was a little off center line as well. I could feel that. Or was it? I don't know. Alright, we can take this rapid exit taxiway right here. Or we can take this rapid exit, this rapid turn off. Tokyo Hinata traffic, speeder 35 Papa Heavy, now vacated runway 16 left. Tokyo Hinata traffic. Alright, where are we going? Where are we going? Let's take stand 6-4 via Echo. That's GSX where we're going as well. Yeah, in that case, we won't use GSX. Okay, how is GSX saying that heavy gets too small? Tokyo, not traffic, speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, taxiing stand 6-4 via Echo. Tokyo, Hinata traffic. Alright. Ground spoilers away, flaps away. That wasn't too bad of a landing. I mean, it wasn't the best landing ever, but I mean, wasn't too horrendous either. That's a lot of that makes sense. And why are all those like that? Scenery is definitely broken. Scenery is definitely broken. Yeah, scenery is beyond broken, actually. Alright, we're gonna respawn in the A321. Yeah, plane that we can actually fly correctly. A plane that actually that I really love. Default scenery at its finest, ladies and gents. Default scenery at its finest. Well, we can tell the passengers that they'll be getting escorted to the other airport. Alright, let's see here. Let's try to do this correctly. There's an ANA or something pushing back. Alright. Forget landing, this is the hardest part right here. Forget landing, this is always the hardest part. Alright, let's see here. Can you get to 000? Almost. Almost. You will start the engines, or you will cut the engines once the APU is fired up. Once the APU is fired up. Yeah, I know the APU is not fired up yet. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Is the APU available yet? GSX. Should have gotten that available once we put the flaps away, to be honest. APU available now. Engine number 1, engine number 2. What does GSX have to say? Very good parking. Actually, that's actually not bad. I mean, it could be better, but I mean, it's not bad at all. Alright, let's see here. Beacons off. Close flight. 9.66. There's a 9.66. Not bad. I'll take a 9.66 any day of the week. I mean, it's not a 10, but I mean, don't chase the 10s. There's option line landing, which even though it looked alright to me. Great touchdown, 347 feet per minute in normal conditions. Made the virtual airline 29,902. Not bad. Alright, let's get back in the 321. Whatever that is. There's a 19. There it is. Alright, stand 6-4. Connect. Alright, and I'm about to run to the restroom. Alright, Speedbird 3-5 Papa A321. Reconnected to VATSIM. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quickly. This airplane gets fired up. Actually, let's get a few things up here. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quickly. Be back in a moment. Back. Alright. I see the terminal is still a ghost. Alright, let's see here. We are going to somewhere else now. Let me take a look here. AirNott awards around the world. I know y'all can't see what we're doing right now. Let's see here. We are off to Monbetsu in the A321. The IAE. Alright. And let me just go ahead and quickly get the flight plan. New flight. Speedbird. 35 Papa. Romeo, Juliet, Tango, Tango. To, what is the airport again? It's the ICAO. That I filed with Newsky. We're going to try to be out of here within the next 15 minutes, which I think is reasonable. Romeo, Juliet, Echo, Bravo. 8321. Generate flight. Alright. In the meantime, we can go ahead and get that EFB on. Alright. Request it from SimBrief. There we go. And haha! The ACAR Sprinter is now working. The ACAR Sprinter is now working. Brief out VATSIM. In the meantime, we can go ahead and load the aircraft. Fast. Alright. So, I have a little ACAR Sprinter here. Or a little receipt printer. I have that hooked up for ACAR's messages. And we have our preliminary load sheet now. I don't know how well y'all can see that. But it works, and it works well. And I'm very, very happy with it. Alright. Back in good aircraft to fly. Feels nice to be back in this. Oh, I need to... Let me tell SimApp Pro real quickly. Switch back over to captains. Now that it works in here. Wing. Come on. There we go. FemGC. Init. Request. And we have our preliminary load sheet. Alright. Speedbird 35 Papa. Our cost index, according to SimBrief, is 18. Then out with a cruising flight level of 350. That's right. 350 right there. 18. Why is this thing? There we go. 1. What on earth did it just do? Did y'all see that? How it... This? I don't know. Alright, emergency lights armed. Avon logos to 1. Crew supply on. Let's not forget that this time. Alright. Go ahead and get the transponder on now. Alright. Init. Sorry. Let's see here. ATC com. ATSU data link. AOC menu. Weather. Just gonna get the printout of the ATIS. Romeo. Juliet Tango Tango. And I only need the METAR. That'll print me out a nice slip of paper. The METAR says the wind is variable 2 knots, QNH 1022. 1022 on the QNH. Alright. Alright, in that case, what we'll do is... What departure are we on? What arrival? Sorry, what departure are we on? This will be one of those days, one of these flights where once we get airborne, we have to be in our briefing for the next airport. Sorry, once we're at cruise. It'll be a relatively short flight. An hour and a half, yeah. Let's see here. We are expecting 16 left. Flight plan departure via 16 left on the Revec for something. On the you're on the Revec for Charlie departure. Bruce transition. Insert that. Alright. Go ahead and take care of this guy real quickly. Feels good to be back in the greatest aircraft made for Microsoft Flight Sim yet. Not quite done with that part. In the meantime, performance data. Let's see here. Departure performance, sync, load sheet, preliminary. Alright. Not throw that. 16 left. Calculate. 155. 162. 162. Flaps 2. Up. What? Do you mind? Do you want to fly the old A380 flight? Aha! You're going to Dulles. You're flying the A380 flight that I've been on. Heathrow to Dulles. Dulles is. I don't think I've ever flown out of Dulles in the sim. Yeah, I don't think I have. Because why go to Dulles? Go to Baltimore. Baltimore has more challenging approaches. So, not that I would know what Dulles' approach looks like. Anyway, tell you what. Here's what we can do. All right. No mistake on that. Flaps to up 0.4. Flex to temp 5.7. Aircraft loaded. Perfect. Indoor. Payload, but not as heavy as. Alright, we have our load sheet, which means we can go ahead and put that in the fuel area of our final load sheet. Fuel pred, our zero fuel weight is 67.1. And then our max, the other number is 27.19. Alright. Let's go and get an AP started. Oh, this year is the FMC for the 777. So I actually have two. So I have two. Let me start the APU. So I have two. So this here works with the 777, and then I have another one over here for the. I have an MCDU over here for the Airbus, for the Airbus aircrafts. But it doesn't work. One of the things I've noticed though is that the MCDU doesn't work with the triple, and the 777 FMC doesn't work with the Airbus. So That's why I bought both. To be honest, $300 between the two for the two of those, not bad at all. Very, very useful. They're both WinWing. They're both WinWing. Yeah, very, very useful. I'm very, very happy with them. Now, if I were to recommend buy one or the other, well, depends on what you fly. But if you fly more Airbus than you fly, or well, if you fly Airbus at all, I'd probably recommend the Airbus. Right, I'd probably recommend the FMC, or sorry, my bad, the MCDU. Just because now you can get more out of it. So, all right, let's see here. We can actually go ahead and tell Newsky and we are ready for push. Start flight. Let me take a look here. VATSIM radar. They redid all the sounds on the A350 with the latest update. Good. So I wasn't thrilled about the sounds at all. Alright, GSX. Tokyo traffic speeder 35 Papa stand 64 push and start onto Romeo. Tokyo traffic. Good, so am I. Wing lights on, beacons on now. Before I forget APU bleed. Sorry, wrong button. APU bleed. Got an ANA or yeah, got an ANA right there. I don't have the cabin enabled just for performance reasons. Locking the gear, noted. Of course, I've been here 5 minutes in and I've already forgotten the bloody name of the airport. Hinata.
Tokyo Night traffic only on 561 heavy at Delta 1, holding point in Delta 1, runway 05. Lining up runway 05 for takeoff.
That is 2 in a 561. Alright. It'll be nose right, tail left. That is the one thing that Fenix needs to do better. Or they need to figure out a way to tell GSX you can remove the chocks stuff automatically. Parking brakes released. Alright. Ignition start. Engine number 2 first. Engine number 1 now. Alright, what's up with this? Because I didn't file that flight plan correct. I didn't refile it, right? Yeah. Did you ever figure out what was up with the VATSIM announcement? Yes, I did. So, wherever CTAF is used, that's where it's gonna... Whatever areas have opted into CTAF, it just means that it's now like codified into the VATSIM rulebook permanently, so it's harder to change now. Right, so we're at Tokyo, right? They don't use the CTAF, which means it's still going to be Unicom 122.8, even though it's not technically Unicom anymore. but for VAT USA, right, it is now codified into VAT USA, right? VAT USA uses it now. You are expected to use it as well. So that's what's going on with it. In the areas that use it, you're now expected to use it, and it's now codified. In the areas that that don't use it, like Heathrow, Tokyo, for example, now it's just you still use Unicom or you still use 122.8. Parking brake set. It would help if we were to turn on the fuel pumps. Oh dear. I would agree. Heathrow and Gatwick, they really need it badly. So, Gatwick needs it badly. Alright, right now we can go and do our flight controls check. Flaps to full. We have a good engine start. Alright, full down.
Tokyo and traffic, only compact is one heavy, airborne, non-leisure.
We'll talk about more once we get airborne, because, oh my word. I know, Heathrow is it's getting worse and worse by the day. Heathrow is getting worse and worse by the day. And actually, Grumpy and I are beginning to complain about it. I know a VAT UK controller and over from AirNott, and we're trying to get him to convince VAT UK overall to like put in like a temporary ATIS, or not really like a temporary ATIS, but permanent ATIS system that tells people what runways to use, because it's beginning to it's getting bad right now at Heathrow. It's getting worse. All right, taxi to holding point. Yeah, let's see here. We'll taxi holding point. Charlie 13 for runway 16 left via Romeo, Echo 9, and Juliet. And what's the airport name again? Hinata. Alright. Tokyo Hinata traffic, speed order 35 Papa, taxiing now. Holding point Charlie 13 for runway 16 left via Romeo, Echo 9 to join Echo, to join Juliet. Tokyo Hinata traffic. Alright. Right now, we can go ahead and let the flaps away. Alright. Get those guys to auto now. APU off. Yeah. Heathrow recently has been getting bad. So I've seen idiots take off from 09. People are very clearly landing 27 left. It's like, what on earth? Why on earth would you do that? It's beginning to get very ugly at Heathrow, and there's not until VAT UK decides to do something about it. Kind of hard to do something. Can't really do anything about it until VAT UK decides to do something about it. No matter how unfortunate that may be, that is the current reality of the situation right now at Heathrow. Alright. Flaps to 2. Auto brake to max. Okay, so there's some buildings over there that decided to load in. It's right, part of a building over there. And parts of a building right there as well. How the hell on earth... we reloaded in as well. It's like, what on earth? Ghost airport. Ghosty airport. Alright. Ground spoilers, arm. I cannot wait. I cannot wait until I get my new wind wing throttles. So now I won't have to look down to do that shit. I cannot wait until I get those new wind wing throttles. That'll be one exciting day when that happens. And it shouldn't be that long. What? Interesting. Interesting, because this here is the bigger airport. So, at least I think it is. That's better default scenery. It's still not a small airport. Well, Grumpy decided to make these routes. I don't know what was going in his mind because we have a few really long legs. Right. Tokyo Hinata traffic speedbird 35 Papa lining up runway 16 left via Charlie 13. Tokyo Hinata traffic. Now, out of curiosity, I should have probably done this a few moments ago. What does this departure look like? We started Newsky, right? Yeah, we did. Unload. Revec 4 Charlie. Alright. Is turn direct to Welda to pass above 6,000. Landing lights on now. When you turn off lights on, it's like to take off. Alright. Not helpful when that happens. I'll explain what happened in a moment. Over that screen right there. Tokyo Hinata traffic, number 35 Papa, taking off now, runway 16 left on the Revec 4 Charlie departure. Tokyo Hinata traffic. Alright, thrust set. Manflex 57 SRS screen, auto thrust blue. Airspeed alive. Before we get dinged for an Austin line landing. 100 knots, everything is still normal. 120. V1 and rotate. Alright, positive right gear up. in the turn. Tokyo Hinata traffic speed bird 35 Papa now airborne, passing altitude 1200 feet, climbing now flight level 350. Tokyo Hinata traffic. Oh god, I miss this aircraft. This aircraft's so much better. So much better than the indie builds. So much better. Yeah. Okay, remind me never to use the 340 again. Actually, I would agree with Grumpy. That thing's gonna end up back in the hangar, I think. At least until the Tellus one comes out. I'm not liking that thing at all. I'll give the any builds one more go. I'll give the 340 one more go. With the updates installed on it. I'll give it one more go, I think. Possibly Sunday. Don't think we're... But if that doesn't... If there's not, like, a massive improvement, then that thing's going back in the hangar. Permanently. Because, yeah, I was not thrilled about it at all. That thing is not great at all. I mean, there's things that are complete in the Fenix, such as the A-Cars printer, that make me want to fly the Fenix. Gear is up, and we can actually go. We can do the final set of flaps now. Actually, I'm gonna send that to Grumpy now. It's like that thing. Yeah. We're on its way. Yeah, no. We'll try that 340 out in the on Sunday when we do 2 more legs. If there's not like a major improvement, that thing's gonna end up being chucked into the hangar. It's not like it's not like that I don't like the 340. It's just yuck. It's like it doesn't feel great at all. Rather, it's like this. It's, right? It's like this thing. You know. It's like this thing feels very much like an extension of the person flying it. Like I could fly the Fenix all day long. So. Rover. Speedbird 35 Papa turning now direct Rover on the Rover 1, sorry, on the Rover 4 Charlie departure. Tokyo traffic. Yeah, alright. We can go and throw the autopilot on now. Alright. Where's my phone at? Gotta send a message. Let's see here. Let me send a message real quickly. message is sent. Alright, landing lights off, runway turn off lights off. That is off. Alright. Alright. We can take the headset off. We can go see under pressure now. Alright. Yeah, so I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of tempted to put the 340 in the hangar after that flight. I mean, I'll give it a go. We'll give it a go tomorrow night. But that thing didn't impress me at all. That thing did not impress me at all. Of course, I probably haven't updated it in a while, but oof, it's like that thing sucked. It's a nice aircraft. The screens are wonderful, but it could very well end up in the hangar. Beginning Sunday night. Could very well end up back in the hangar. And what's happening? What's happening? We're not transmitting on your con. Alright, no. ANA 679. What happened? What? Oh. I see what's happening. GSX might have failed someone on the ground there. GSX might have failed someone. Yeah. Alright. Clear to direct Bruce. Clear to direct Bruce. Actually, that's what we're doing right now, so. That's what we're doing right now. GSX might have failed someone and might have backed into another aircraft. Ew. Super 35 Papa. Off to a northern Japan airport. Off to a northern Japanese airport. Yeah, I have to wonder if Grumpy would agree. Oh, Grumpy said that he was putting it back in the hangar for some reason. Yeah, Grumpy said he was putting the 340 back in the hangar for some reason. Yeah, pushback issues. Grumpy said he was putting the 340 back in the hangar as well for some reason. I don't know his reasoning. He's very picky. He really only likes the Fenix. Rather, I can tolerate some level of indecency. Aside, or I can accept some level of an aircraft not being great below the Fenix. Personally, I love the 777s from PMDG, but and the 350 is not bad, but that thing might end up in the hangar as well. I mean, that thing doesn't fly great at all. Let's think about that. We went through it earlier. There's something about that 350 that I don't like, and it's not. It's the way it's something about the handling, but it's improved. It's something about the handling. I can't put my finger on what it is, but that thing might end up in the hangar as well. So, but we will see. Tomorrow I will install the updates for the 340. For the 340, I'll try to switch it over to being on whatchamacallit, on any manager instead of Flight Sim Store. But until then, it's like if I don't notice a significant improvement, it's not gonna get flown. It won't get flown at all. And that's very, very unfortunate that I feel that way, but I'll have to wait for the TOLUS. You'll have to wait for the TOLUS A340. Now that, from my understanding, is actually like gonna be quite good. From my understanding, that's gonna be impressive. Because you have TOLUS and Aerosoft working together. You have TOLUS working on TOLUS who previously have done stuff with, I think, X-Plane. You have them working on the systems, but then you have any builds. Then you have Aerosoft working on the modeling, right? And Aerosoft modeling is really good. So between the two of those, it should be quite good, and it's not far either. It's not far from being done either. So any build scenery isn't good, but any builds not thrilled with them now, am I? Certainly not thrilled with any builds. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the 340 might end up going back to the hangar. Actually, let's begin to take a look at that now. Let's see here. Any manager, let me take a look. We might fly it Sunday as we get over to the US. My products. Aircraft. That's here. Store. Alright. A340. Past weeks on to refine core systems, improving audio behavior, expanding this update, major milestone. Complete rework of the EIS-1 display logic, enhanced DMC behavior, brand new cold and dark setup flow, and now a fully featured. Okay. So, good. There's a lot packed into this one. Good. That's what we needed. Alright, ATC met. Alright, let's see here. So it's expanding the ATSU and CPDLC. Alright. EFB. Alright. Well, in that case, we'll certainly give it another go. Once we update it. Let me take a look here at this. Let me, let's see here. Let me give you all this view. Any A340, any manager. Yeah, for the A340, we've chosen it this time. Alright. Experience significant losses from piracy on recent releases and ensuring. Alright. The update cycle is quick. Right. And if we submit, it's released on the following Tuesday, for example. We have patch ready. Okay. What on earth? That's a bullshit answer. It's like they're prioritizing their profits, not what they should be prioritizing. And then they locked the topic. And they locked the thread. Oh shit. What the hell? If that's true, then if that's true, if what I just saw right there is true, then that thing's in the in the hangar, definitely. Because I will not continue to fly it if it's going to be that shit. I will not continue to fly the 340 if it's going to be that dog shit. Bit of a cheap excuse when they're going to charge a premium price for it, and that they copied the RA callouts from the 350s. Yeah. And he didn't learn from the 350 launch clearly. If you're going to charge premium prices, your product needs to be delivered as a premium product. Not 10 updates later. It's gonna fuck the reputation of any, which they've already done in my opinion. That's just so simple. Never had Fenix was working on it. Yeah. Knowing Fenix, they'll probably end up doing the 350 later down the line. They were adamant they weren't gonna do the Neos. They did anyway. Probably won't see it soon, but I reckon you'll see it one day. At the end of the day, Fenix is a company that needs to make money. Releasing new products is a good way to do that. With their access and experience in developing it, the chances aren't impossible. Yeah, they're looking for volume. Volume means more sales. About incremental updates later to actually get their products to a decent standard. Until people stop being desperate about buying these garbage products in day one, these sets will continue putting out slop. Yeah, that's kind of what I feel. Yeah. I kind of feel like the AnyBuild's A340 right now just isn't. It's not great at all. Based on what we just flew it with, I didn't like it. There's something about it I didn't like it. It didn't work well with my MCDU. It didn't work well in terms of CPDLC and in terms of being able to get the clearance from Shanghai. Right, I couldn't even find that in the ATSU. I couldn't even find that. And that was freaking annoying. The screens were not to the standard that I remember them being to. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just really not thrilled with AnyBuilds as a company right now, and I'm actually considering looking for an alternative to Heathrow. Actually kind of looking to potential alternative for Heathrow scenery as well, because that scenery is not great either. I mean, that AnyBuild's Heathrow scenery, it's good, but it's also freaking expensive in terms of system resources. It's insane, right? And it's like, I guess what I'm trying to say though is AnyBuilds needs to do better, and they're gonna continue to put out slop. And looking at Reddit, which I know Reddit's full of a bunch of haters, but based on the experience I just had with the 340, ACAR's message no ADC delay required. So, the MCDU hardware version is way too new to be in an EIS 1 plane. I mean, it's probably pin compatible bonks, but I struggle to see how it happen. that all 3 MCDs would have been replaced with a brand new box. Right. It also looks like they didn't actually model the EIS 1 and 2 visual differences, just slapped on a different screen. And this here, there are actually some minor geographical differences. Seen their development update, but I don't know how deep their EIS 1 simulation really is. Almost like a gimmick with minor differences, same exact colors. The MCDs are swappable. Yeah, with Honeywell's and Dell. Alright. Replaceable, and all EIS 340. Yeah, we're built up to have its original. Okay, fair, but still. Yeah. An update on the Anybuilds reckon they've recorded them. Anybuilds reckons they've recorded them from the real deal. What a load of bullshit. You're telling me the A340 has completely modern. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually. Yeah, actually, after reading through Reddit, the 340's done. 340's done, I think. Yes, you want hugs? You want to get up here? Do you want to get back up here, bud? Here, you want to turn around and say be the way you were earlier? Here, do you want to be the way you wanted to be earlier? I have to begin to put some descent data here soon. Begin to get some descent data here soon. You know. Here's what we can do. Here. Here. What do you want to do there, bud? I love you too. I love you too, but what you gonna do? I'm gonna you gonna sleep like this? Wow. It's a little garbage. I did not like the 340. I did not like it when I just loaded a few minutes ago, and it's like, it's a shame because the screens, I absolutely love the screens. Here, bud. Here. Let me move over in this part of the chair. I'm gonna just go ahead and be like this. Yeah, What you want to do there, bud? What you want to do there? Huh? We'll begin to enter some destination data here soon. So let me go ahead and begin to get this up. Yeah, we just flew the 340 in. It's like, oh shit! This is. And there, we have an RNAV. Final. That's not intended on final now, is it? It's a circle. Oh, we get a circle and a rifle. RNAV Lebec transition. Ooh, this ought to be fun. No rivals available. It is RNAV runway 32 Lebec transition. RNAV runway. Ooh, this is gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to this landing. Lubeck turn. It's a short final. It is RNAV runway 32, circle 32. RNAV runway 32, clear to land. Oh, this ought to be fun. Into one Betsu. Stop it. Stop it. All right, let me throw that in then. Arrival into crosswind. Oh dear, this is about to get fun. This is about to get fun. This is about to get fun. Oh my word! Looking forward to this. RNAV runway 32 via Lubeck. RNAV runway 32, circle to 32. Runway 32, you're clear to land. Let me just verify that we don't have any more. Verify it's Lubeck at an altitude of 8,000. What I saw, I believe. Yeah, out Lubeck at an altitude of 8,000. No, it's not above 8,000. It's I want to add 8,000. In that case, how long until our top descent? Top descent at time 3-4. So we got about 30 minutes. So top descent now. It's an RNAV. Runway 32, circle to 32. Runway. Okay. Oh, this. Oh my word. Why the hell? Grumpy, what did we say about these tiny airports? 6,000. Oh dear, oh dear. 6,500 foot runway. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Grumpy, why? Why, Grumpy? Yeah, there was no chance we could have gotten the 340 in this, and we took about 6,000 feet alone at Tokyo. What did we say, Grumpy, about these legs? What did we say? We said none of these, no more of these, right? Grumpy, you're in trouble. It's a 6,500 foot runway. Grumpy, you're in trouble. Yeah, in that case, that was a good decision right there. Clear direct to Lubeck. Clear direct to Lubeck. Um, CPDLC integration sucks. Doesn't fly that great in my view. Yeah. Yeah, no, that CPDLC integration was horrendous. Yeah. It's... Yeah. Yeah, no, it doesn't hand fly that great either. Not seeing a full anybody's sail, but oh. What? Marjorie Taylor Greene quit Congress after Trump feud. Free on a lot more than Bollywood. What? This is interesting. Either Mamdani's being smart, or Mamdani's a traitor. March Taylor Green resigned from Congress. Wow. All right. Okay. Foreign War, foreign aid. Okay. Almost 1 year into our majority, the legislators have been sidelined. We endured an 8-week trip down wrongly, resulting in the House not working for the entire time. Alright. Calling for new census. Alright. So, this is... So I'm looking at this Marjorie Taylor Greene resignation letter. Yeah, the 340 is done, guys. I've made that decision. You're not gonna see You're not gonna see the 340 back on the channel. I don't think. You will. But we might go ahead and go after the Headwinds 330 again. Maybe we'll fly that next. Maybe we'll fly the Headwinds 330. Maybe we'll go ahead and give that guy another go. Headwinds 340? Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, why not give that thing another go? Yeah, let's give the Headwinds 340 and the Headwinds 330 another go. My bills, which reflect on many from Okay. Americans are no longer easily convinced by... Okay. Boy. People in Washington, I believe, in term limits, do not think Congress should be a lifelong career or assisted or an assisted living facility. All right. Battles brought years of nonstop and okay. By Castified Mega, by like pharma, big tech, military industry. Alright. Can't even relate to real Americans. There's no plan to save. There is no plan, or The common American people finally realize and understand the political industrial complex of both parties, ripping that no one elected a leader. Till then, I'm getting back to the people. Alright. I'll be resigning. My last day being January 5th, 2026. Wow. 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 That's right, political shit happening here in the U.S. It's like, what on earth? What on earth would have never thought Marjorie Taylor couldn't ever resign? Alright, so this approach into Wanbetsu is going to be interesting because it's only a 6,500 foot runway. It's going to be an RNAV circle land approach, which is, and it's going to be probably at night as well, by the looks of the weather outside. Oh dear, this is going to be fun. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is going to look interesting. Wanbetsu. This is going to be interesting. We get to begin our descent here shortly. Top descent is in about 20 minutes. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting approach. So, no ILS. Well, we do technically have an ILS, but we're going to try the RNAV circle land approach first. Or short final, I guess is what it really is. I mean, it's not really circle land. It is a little. It is a little. I mean, it's very, very sharp. It's not like a full turn for final. Yeah. We arriving via 3-2, and it's a pretty strong crosswind, I suppose. It's a 9-knot crosswind. So, anyway, it's a 9-knot crosswind that will be taxiing on the runway. Only got 3 stands that we get to choose from. Why, Grumpy? Why? Why on earth did you have to do this, Grumpy? Why, Grumpy? Anyway, it's gonna be fun. Hopefully, it'll be fun anyway. Bum 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 bum. Actually, that's a good screenshot opportunity right there. Then we'll go off to Russia. And at Russia, or depending on what time we arrive, we might call it for the day here, to be honest. Speedbird 35 Papa. We are currently direct to waypoint Lubeck. And that is the transition waypoint for the arrival. Tell you what, let's begin to get some ATIS going. Alright, I want to get this thing a little bit brighter, to be honest. Dun, 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 dun. Data. Come on now, data. Dun, 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 dun. No, 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 no. Decimal 8-1. Let's increase our speed a little. Decimal, mark decimal 8-1. Yeah, the Fenix is superior. The Fenix returns. You'll be we will be flying the Phoenix for a bit because that. So just because I'm putting the 340 in the hangar doesn't exactly mean I'm like done with it, but right, doesn't mean I'm done with it permanently. What it means is that I'm putting it in the hangar for now. We'll come back in. We'll check in on it in like a month or so. Oh, I guess we'll check in around Christmas time. Yes, may I help you? May I help you, bud? Are you okay? Oh, you wanna get up here? You wanna get up here? You wanna play? You wanna play? Buddy wants to play. Buddy wants to play. You know, you get a haircut on Wednesday. You'll get a haircut on Wednesday. Do 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 do. No, no, no. Get fetch. Asynchronous. Yeah, that's what tell us to enter our destination data at the moment. I just need to get some ATC com data and go and get the most recent ATIS. ATSU data link. AOC menu. Weather request. Romeo Juliet. Juliet. Where's it? Juliet. Echo Bravo. METAR send. Basically every airline in the world basically operates the 320, aside from Southwest and Ryanair. The wind 240 degrees, wind 0 knots. Do we want to switch runways then? Because that seems actually not 3-2 is good for that. 3-2. Okay, visibility 999, clouds view at 30. Sorry, at 300. Temperature 02, dew point -4, QNH 1015. 1015 on the QNH. QNH 1015. Temperature 02. The wind 240 degrees. 10 knots. Yep. What is the borrow? Out of curiosity. It's an RNAV approach. 372 on the borrow. 372 on the borrow. Alright. Top descent in a few minutes. Give me 30 seconds. Let me take a quick piss. Macaronis. Macaronis. Alright. Approaching top descent. It'll be a flat. It'll be auto brake max, by the way. Or sorry, auto brake medium, by the way. It's not. We're not trying to land in 3,000 feet, but we only got 6,500 feet to land in, and yeah. This approach, we have to be on it. We have to be on it. All right. Yeah. See what Grumpy says. But it's like the thing. I'll look. What we'll do is after this. What we'll do is after this flight, we'll call it for a night. After this flight, we'll install some sceneries. Do a few things, schedule the next stream. Right, tomorrow night I'm probably gonna do the positioning flight of the 772. Yeah. That's probably what we're gonna do. But, I mean, yeah, but we'll see if we'll see if it's any better. In a few moments we'll just do, we won't do a flight from Eddie to, we won't exactly fly the aircraft, but we'll hop on the ground, see if it's any better after trying to install a few updates for it. But if it still feels not great, then it's done, because in fact I might be done with any builds aircraft in general, because it just doesn't seem that great, to be honest. Alright. Down to an altitude of 8,000. Down to altitude 8,000 feet now. Watch this, ladies and gents, so watch this. Do 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. I need this thing to get a little brighter, to be honest. Need this MTD to get a little brighter. Alright, we have put in our altitude of 8,000 feet. Put in our altitude of 8,000 feet. Alright. Beginning descent in about 2 minutes. See how this thing does in terms of descent. Yeah, and it'll be like this. I'm a little peckish, not gonna lie. Right. Yeah, I'll probably end it off here. I don't really see much point in trying to get up to I don't really see much point in trying to get up to whatchamacallit. Up to what airport is it? Up to Russia tonight. Just don't see much point in trying to do that. I mean, it's a 900 nautical mile lagging getting a little sleepy. I have a few things I'd like us to do. I'd like to try to install the any builds, or I'd like to update the any A340, update the any A350. But I mean, that thing I'm not thrilled about. I'm really not thrilled about the thing. Yeah, I mean, we'll try to update it, but if we can't, then it's done. I mean, if that's the version that it's in, then it's done, because it's like, that's it. I have nothing else for it, because I don't know. Yeah, that's when ready to send down to an altitude of 8,000 feet. And you're approaching. Speed air at, yeah, we'll figure it out. You will figure it out. Ba-dum bum bum ba-dum. Monbetsu traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, beginning descent now, down to an altitude of 8,000 feet, expecting RNAV, for runway 32 traffic. More, it's already requesting drag. Already wants drag. I just love how it said more drag immediately. It's like it was immediately as well. Ascending quite rapidly. It was immediate as well. Oh my word, that's funny. It was immediate. It was fucking immediate. We are in our descent now. On Betsy traffic, speedbird 35 Papa, descending now to an altitude of 8,000 feet. And that is for the RNAV runway 32, loop back transition. It's a short final into 32. On Betsy traffic. Why does this MCU feel really dim for some reason? Why does it feel like really, really, really dim? I don't know why, but just like a strip does right now. It feels like really, really dim, and I'm not liking it. I don't like how it's that dim. That's here. Cabin controls. Yeah. 100, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. This be a pretty much a visual approach. Bum 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 ba da da. Dun 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 dun. I think it's doing a good job with the descent. It's doing better than I remember, to be honest. I think it's doing a really solid job with the descent. We're gonna put this thing up here. I'm gonna put that thing up there, and then for Goat Cam and landing, we're also gonna put this thing up here as well. How about being up there instead of down here? Wonder if that works better. Just have to wonder if that works better. Obstructs a bit less of it. Yeah, if I'm gonna do that though, let me at least not be cheapo and at least put that like right there or something like that. Yeah, let me at least do that real quickly. I am bored. 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 So, I'm a trainer. I've been training people, some new hires recently, and I'm not thrilled with one of the new hires. I mean, they're decent, but not thrilled with them compared to all the others. Yeah. We'll be doing their final report. I'll be doing their final report here soon, and let me just say I'm not that thrilled with them. I've been the main one training them, and yuck. Kind of feels like they're not paying attention at times. Kind of feels like they're just not. They're just like overall not great. Yeah, I will probably not be recommending they stay on board. Yeah. All right. We are in the descent. This thing is doing a very, very fuel efficient descent with that, so it could easily increase its speed a little. Our ETA still in only 16 minutes. Yeah, it'll be a fun arrival. Short final arrival as well. Short final over some mountains. It'll be a very, very fun arrival. Very, very fun arrival into whatever the hell you call this airport. Into Manbetsu, I believe is the way you pronounce that. Well, it's Japan, so who the fuck knows? We do have the potential for an ILS if the visibility dies down far enough. Actually, let me go ahead and get some fresh METAR real quickly. AOC menu, weather request, Romeo. Sorry, it is what? Romeo, Juliet, Echo, Bravo. Romeo, Juliet, Echo, Bravo. METAR, you mean the METAR? I don't need the TAF. So I don't know how to read TAF, to be honest. No change. So, QNH still 1015. So 1015 within the QNH. The wind 240 degrees, 10 knots. Clouds few. Temperature 02, dew point -4. not bad. Not bad at all. This is a very, very tiny airport, just to be crystal clear. It is a very, very, very tiny airport. It is a very, very, very tiny airport. 6,500 foot runway. That's all you get. That's all you get in terms of a runway. And there's only about 3 parking spaces, of which, because we are an A321, you will most likely only be able to use 1. That will most likely occupy 2 of them. So. At least we're not trying this in the triple. At least we're not trying this in the 777. So we could go back to trying it in the triple. We could try it, though. Probably not the best idea ever, considering that we'd probably take up the entire airport. I mean, actually very thankful that we decided to not try it in the 340 as well. I've not been that flight. I mean, there's something about that 340, and I don't know if it's just that I'm not used to it or what. That thing did not feel great at all. Looking back, that thing was not great. Rather, flying the A320, I mean, if I want a good time, I fly the Fenix, and I'm here for a good time. Fenix is so impressive. I mean, when it comes to the sim, there's like nothing compared to like the Fenix. It's like the Fenix is that far ahead of everyone else. Alright, let's see here. Oh, holy shit, wait, no. I've been flying today without RAS running. Or unless we haven't. Have we really been flying today without RAS? Unless they just minimized it. Alright, QNH10. QNH1015 now. Alright, so it is down to an altitude of 8,000 feet. And then on this approach, this is an RNAV approach. Turn direct to Echo Bravo, Foxtrot 5, Echo Bravo 250, down to an altitude of 4,200 feet. So that's 16 miles right there. Then it is down to. That's gonna get interesting. I'm looking forward to this approach into this RNAV. Max 165 knots at Echo Bravo 253. Oh, this ought to be fun now, ain't it? This ought to be really a lot of fun. Let me just verify that all this stuff is in the MCDU here. 250 at 4,200, then Echo Bravo 251. Yeah, that's all about good. Standard 3-degree glide path. Yep, looking solid. How many countries have I flown to in the sim? Too many. Too many. Been all around Europe with the Euro capitals. We are currently going all the way around the world. This is still Japan here. We have been to so many countries. We're mainly flying out of the U.S. and into the U.K. though, to be honest. All right, as we're asking me below 10,000, can get the landing lights on. And those lights to take off as well. But in terms of other countries, it's like it'd probably be easier to name the countries that I haven't been to. Yeah, I don't know if we've been to that many countries, but a lot is the answer. We've been all around Europe. We've been through Egypt, Dubai. Sorry, been through Egypt, the UAE. Yeah. We're mainly flying out of the US and into the UK though. Alright. Unit 1015. Visibility is still 999 supposedly. Alright, I'm looking forward to this. Right, we are clear down to an altitude of 2,700 feet. Bit of a turbulent arrival, not gonna lie. Bit of a turbulent arrival. Come on, Bet2 traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa. Descending now on the RNAV for runway 32. Descending now to altitude 2,700 feet. Mon Bet2 traffic. Let's see how we do here. This is a circle to land kind of at night. In not the best visibility. I mean, the visibility could be better, but it's not horrendous visibility. Yeah, we'll do the whole RNAV instead of me going direct. Instead of me going direct, we'll do the whole RNAV. Bum bum. Dun dun dun. Alright. Let's see how we do on this guy. Trying to the Paro one. Try flying to the Paro. Where's that, out of curiosity? Where's that? My geography is not that great, to be honest, but where's that, out of curiosity? And we've been to the Faroe Islands. We've been to Madeira. We've been to a lot of places. We've been to Linorca. We've been to, which is in Cyprus. We've been to Portugal. We've been to Spain. Been to France. Actually, we're in and out of France quite often now. Bhutan. Aha. Actually, I think we've been to. I think we've been to Bhutan. Is that? We've been to an airport in the Tibet Mountains.
The cabin is now secure for landing.
Thank you. All right. Any speed restrictions? Intercept. You can go and throw approach mode on, by the way. Don't have the airfield in sight yet. And that's it. Which I don't think it is. We've been to an airport, basically out in the middle of nowhere. Basically out in the middle of, like, in the middle of, whoa! Whoa. What on earth happened there? This is one turbulent arrival. Okay, passengers are strapped in good. Alright, what are we down to next? Then in case of the misapproach, and we'll just fly a pattern. In case of misapproach. Go speed now 220. 1.2 traffic speed, 35 Papa is in about a 15-mile base. Slowing speed now at 220 knots. Bhutan, sorry, 1.2 traffic. Yeah, maybe we will be there. Maybe we'll go there after we are done with the Around the World tour, which. Oh dear, I forgot about that. All right, maybe flaps right now. It's not a good idea. This is one really turbulent approach. This is one really turbulent approach for some reason. Alright, let's go and get the gear down. Whoa. Yeah, it's crosswind. But at the same time, it's like, what on earth is going on with this approach? Now 240 degrees, 10 knots. Alright, let's go and reduce our speed now because we need to.
2,500.
Noted. We need to get down to our final approach speed, actually. Final call, Bet2 traffic speed, bird, 35 Papa, landing runway, 32 final call, Bet2 traffic. Alright, flaps are full now. Gotta reduce final approach speed. That'll do. Alright, take this over by hand in a moment. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ground so we wouldn't get armed.
Speed.
Are we looking better now? I had to get that final call out early. That's why I did that final call. Alright, and it's back down, you bigot. Alright, it's back up. Give me a bit more speed as well. Alright, flaps are full, landing gears down, everything's ready. Alright, let's back up, you bigot. Still way too low. You know, we have an ILS if we need it.
1,000.
I'm not liking this. You can always go around it too. If it don't look right, coming down to
Approaching. 3, 2.
Alright, this is looking a little bit better now. We are visual. So that we're way too low.
500.
We are way too low. Continue approach. Let's not fall short of the runway. Continue. Go ahead and begin resume our descent. Alright, looking much better. Oh my word, what was that? 356 feet per minute.
3,000 feet.
Slam on the brakes. Alright, that was not great. Brake fan on. Brake fan on. That really should have been a go around. Dear. Alright. We have to back taxi now. That really should have been a go around, to be honest. Oh, that was fun right there. That was fun. That brake fan is on good. Alright, I just fucked us. In fact, I think I did. Alright, let's go ahead and do the turnaround right here. Alright. Hey, Grumpy! Not expecting to see you here. Yeah, that landing was not great. We'll see what Newsky has to say about that. Then after this, we're going to install the update for the 340. But I'm really tempted to put that thing back in the hangar. Yeah, after this, we're going to install the update for the 340. Probably not do any more legs tonight. Excuse me, I'm a little hungry and a little tired, to be honest. Yeah. 1.2 traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa back taxing now. Runway 32. 1.2 traffic. Alright, flaps away. Good luck with that, Grumpy. Good luck with that. I haven't installed any of the recent updates for that, but I still find the handling a little weird on it. I still find the handling on it a little weird. Kind of the same issue that I'm having with the 340 now. Not quite Fenix level. Not quite the level that I want. Still feels a little weird. Still feel like it kind of still feels like the environment doesn't have any effect on it. So, and that's the reason I put out earlier that I'm probably gonna put that thing in the hangar in a moment, because still doesn't feel right. Still doesn't feel like it's an aircraft. Yeah, we flew it the other day, and I mean I haven't installed any of the updates, but yuck. Still doesn't feel right. I can't put my finger on what it is, but it just still doesn't feel right. And the 340 doesn't feel right either. 1.2 traffic, runway 32 has now been vacated. This is 35 Papa taxiing and parking. 6,500 foot runway, and we kind of floated it. Then we bashed it into the ground. Yeah. Yeah, we are... I do have to remember that, but still. Still though, it still doesn't feel right. When the plane doesn't handle the way it should. You know. When the plane doesn't handle the way it should, then how can I fly it? So, I mean, I can with the PMDGs, I can get past the screens not looking the best, right? I can get past all that, right? And that's the reason that I fly the triples so often. Say, the systems wise, that thing's perfect. I never got the AP. Did I ever get the AP running? Damn. Whatever. Go and get the AP running now. Yep. We are... should we get to Russia today? I don't think so. No, we're going to pass on Russia today. We get to try that Sunday night is the goal. Wait for the AP to get up before we go ahead and close it out with the Newsky. Something about it doesn't feel right, though, and I can't put my finger on what it is. And then it doesn't work with my stuff very well either, the 340. I mean, I had to tell it to use the Copilot MCDU a few minutes ago in order to get it to show up on my MCDU here. I couldn't get my pre-departure clearance from Shanghai via CPDLC because the CPDLC integration basically non-existent. APU available. Not thrilled with it at all. So, all right. Engine number 1, engine number 2 shut down. Beacon off. Closed flight. Probably not 10, but I don't know. Let's see here. 9.88. Offset line takeoff. Russian airport is military, just weird. Yeah. Not gonna plan on that for very long. Not gonna plan on being in Russia for very long. 9.88. Not bad. Not bad. Challenging conditions it was. Enters the RNAV approach. So, could have gone with the ILS. Didn't want to. Alright. Let's see if there's a way to... Let's see if there's a way to update the 340. I'm really tempted to begin flying the 330 again. It's been minutes since we last flew that. Alright, where would I go? Wouldn't be in there. Escape pack. Don't want to close that out yet. Where is it? Where would it be? Would it be in here? My library, maybe? Installed. Yeah, and then the texturing, I found the texturing very weird with the 340 a few minutes ago. Or, I guess about an hour and a half ago. Alright. 340. Yeah, alright. If only they can put it in any manager. But they said for piracy. What the hell? Holy. We've been getting... Fly-by-wire still no good in 24. Alright. Well, the sim just crashed. Yeah, I'll wait for any builds to... Or, I hope not any builds at this point. I'll wait for someone to come out with a decent 380 then, because I don't have 2020 installed on the computer anymore. You can close that now. Yeah, the sim really just crashed on me. That's very rare. That's very rare. I can count on one hand how many crashed desktops I've had in the sim recently. Holy, how on earth did that just happen? I would agree, but it's like, so we were just flying the 340 and I continue. We were just flying the 340 and, to be honest, looking back at it, something wasn't right there. Something about the 340 did not thrill me. So, something about it I did not like about the 340. Something about it, I can't put my finger on what it was, but I have heard that they are working on the 340 or on the 380. Even though, to be honest, if they ruin my idea of the 380, then I'm gonna be kind of pissed. I've not liked the 350 doesn't feel right either. We fly that thing because of systems, because systems are better than what they were, but that thing's back in the hangars now as well. I'm getting even more picky about a lot of this stuff, but I don't know what to think. To be honest, if I install this update for the 340, and on Sunday when we go to fly it, I still think that it's absolute. I don't see much improvement. Then that's it. Then that's it with me and IndyBuild, because for scenery, I mean, I can probably find some decent freeware scenery, or I can probably find someone else for the scenery for Heathrow. Beyond that, there's the A300. But it's like, beyond that, it's like, I don't exactly have anything else with any builds, so the handling of it isn't great though. Alright. We'll do that in a few moments. This is my perception of it as of Wednesday. Sorry, not Wednesday, as of Monday, and on the older versions of it. Alright, where is it? My library. Just to say it, the idea that behind Microsoft having everything streamed in is stupid. That's also stupid. Update available. Update. 2.9 gigs. We'll hop in, see if it's any better in terms of the CPDLC integration. I would agree. I'd agree, Grumpy. I would agree. The Airsoft 340 looks promising. Especially with Tullis. With Tullis working on the systems, with Airsoft working on the modeling of it, I would agree. It looks quite promising. And that might get me back into the 340. The one thing I have to give AnyBuilds credit for is I really love the CRTs. CRTs, the way that they managed to do those, impressive. All right, we'll hop back into the 340, take a look, see if the CPDLC integration is better. You won't fly it, but yeah, I've never tried a Airsoft aircraft. I've never tried an Airsoft aircraft. But from my understanding, it's not great. But with Tullis doing the systems, probably looking quite good. That is what I understand. Alright, let's see here. Yeah. Let's get on the ground at Heathrow. Oh, I'm an idiot. Let's get on the ground at Heathrow. For right now, let's take a look. You see how many AirNott liveries I have, Grumpy? Yet I still fly British Airways. Alright, where is it? Where's it at? EIS-1. Let's get on the ground at Heathrow, someplace with some daylight. Actually, let's go Gatwick instead. You can go Gatwick instead. It's been ages since you last at Gatwick. Why, what? Why has it been ages since you were last at Gatwick? Or are we not flying it? Or installing an update, and I'm a little hungry. That's why. Why has it been ages since you're last at Gatwick? Because it has been. Did you install the update after you downloaded it? Well, it just said it did the update. So, see if the CPDLC integration is better. Alright. And we'll see if it actually works the MCDU correctly. And so, yeah, I thought I did. Though earlier today I didn't know that it had been updated. Which is why we didn't. Let's see here. Okay, this I don't like. The fact that you have the EIS-1 systems, then you have the really modern MCDU. That I'm not thrilled about. Alright, let's see here. Check your, yeah, hang on. It's still not working with the MCDU correctly. Still not working with the MCDU correctly. Oh, I know why. The question of why do we not fly AirNott? Because I'm lazy. Alright. This is how much we, this is how little I know about the marketplace. What? So you have work to do. Why is this sim being so annoying right now? The sim is being really annoying. My library. Come on, sim, don't. This sim is getting annoying, to be honest. Ready to install. What on earth? What on earth? Ready? That's why I hate Marketplace. It says ready to install. It says ready to install. Click on it. What on earth is going on with it? I think you have to install it after download. I'm confused now. I'm straight up confused. It's where's it? There should be a loading bar, I thought. All right. Let's see if the supposed update that it did anything decent. Let's see if it did anything decent. Departure. Oh, and now, okay, YouTube's delayed by a massive amount. YouTube's delayed by a massive amount. YouTube is delayed, and the sim's being slow. Time to restart the sim as well. Too late now. At least Linus was able to get the stuff working. You only have the basic A340 installed. You're missing all the update. You're missing all the update. That might be why I'm not liking it. Download on. What? Alright, Grumpy. You're gonna have to help me out here if you want to send me direct messages, see if that works a little faster. A bit faster than YouTube. Alright. Marketplace. My library. Click on the bell. Notifications, nothing. No kind of notifications. Then up here, no kind of notifications right there. YouTube is really delayed just to say it. Stop. Alright. Tell me where to go. Tell me where to go. And if it's faster to send direct messages through Discord, no, you only have the basic A340. Okay. Should read 1.0.4. Wrong button, idiot. Wrong button. All right. Let's go to my library. Back to library. If the sim will load. All right. Should be a button that says upgrade, right? That's right. Go to downloads. It says ready to install. That's probably why my perception of it earlier was so bad. Probably on the original version. Probably on the original version still. Click install. Ready to install. Might maybe restarted the sim because I'm not seeing anything install. Let me open up Task Manager, see if there's any. See if there's anything there. Network 0% somehow. Restarted the sim might be worth it, maybe. Wait for. I know. Maybe anybody was listening and maybe they are telling me to quietly F off. I don't know. Here, let's try restarting the sim then. Yep. Yeah, the sim doesn't even want to work. Alright. Time to close it the hard way. try the restart of the sim. Give it a moment. Alright. Go back there, see if we can't try to get it properly installed. This is why I hate Marketplace. A, I'm not used to it. B, it just straight up sucks. And they said that they did it for because they've lost a bunch of money due to piracy. It's like, okay, your priority should not be your pockets. It should be your customer. And if you want to make a good product that's easy to maintain, there you go. It's like just continue to use any manager. Though I do understand the piracy. I do understand the piracy. I have some kind of electrical issue because this screen keeps going off for about 2 seconds. It's not enough for the computer to realize, but it's also not just this screen. It's happened to all three of these. Add power bar, maybe. Alright, let's try this again. Let's try this again. If my store is messed up, then I blame Microsoft because I had to get this thing in a really weird way because I'm young and I had to leave leave the Microsoft family, and so I blame it. If this for some reason does not work, I blame it all on Microsoft family because somehow, despite me being at age where I can purchase my own stuff, thank you very much, had issues. I had to do it a really weird way with gift certificates. Alright. This thing's so much. You know, let's close Newsky real quickly. Let's close Newsky. Newsky closed. Alright. My library. Alright. Install. Installation done. Stop. Okay. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? To be crystal clear, I was. If I can't figure this out, then it's bad design. Alright. I wonder if it has to do with something. I go to downloads. Downloads. You know, it said upgrade available earlier. Right. Install. It's still being really weird. Unless we need to restart the sim again, in which this is just bad design if I have to restart the sim again. Yep, that is uninstall. All right. Uninstall it. All right. Cancel. Uninstall. All right. Aha. Download. There we go. .04. At least the download speed's going quite fast. At least have that going for us. The 350s, hell of a lot easier to update. Yeah, the 350s, hell of a lot easier to update. And supposedly they said that they were gonna bring the 340 over to any manager, but then they gave out like a weird different reason why they wouldn't. So I don't know. I don't know if they're actually gonna bring it over. Yep, I would agree. I would agree. Marketplace sucks. So, I don't know what any of it's doing, to be honest, because I have this really weird feeling that Asobo paid them to put it on the marketplace because no one used the marketplace. I have this really weird feeling that that's what they did. All right. It says it's done. Alright. I will not click anything until YouTube catches up. I will not do anything until Grumpy says to do something. Tell me if you want me to hit the install button. Alright, install. Installation failed. Retry. Interesting how installation failed. Why? Installation failed. Alright, let's try this again then. Let's try this again. Maybe something got corrupted? Don't know. Let's try this again. Yeah, that probably would have been a better idea instead of re-downloading it. In the meantime, let me close other stuff. In the meantime, let me close anything that might obstruct it. Didn't use VATSPY at all. I can close Chrome for right now. Close Task Manager. Yeah, if you find that it's... So, Seb, who developed this thing, the channel part for me, he found that it's that it's faster to go and send direct messages via Discord over try to send it through YouTube chat. So if you want to try that, my DMs are, you can absolutely try that. Alright. We will give the, I'll give the 340 another go, but if it still handles the way it's been handling, then, alright. Now before we do this, flight sim's broken. That's what's going on. Simat Pro, yeah, we can close Simat Pro entirely, to be honest. Alright, well. Alright, quit to desktop. Let's try the restart on this. Give it a moment, or else I'll get the annoying error that says, please try again in a few seconds. Very, 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 very annoying. You would try to install again once we restart the sim. Poor computer must be thinking, what is this idiot trying to do? Trying to update a plane. That's what's happening. Because Asobo and any builds suck. So I was reading Reddit earlier, and a lot of people have very, very controversial views on any builds, and I see where they're coming from. Essentially saying that any builds has been releasing slop for a while now, and marketing it as premium pricing for not premium product until like 20 updates later. And I completely see what on earth they're talking about. I completely see it and I feel it. It's like they're not wrong when they say that. It's very, very annoying. And this Reddit post also went down to say that, or this Reddit thread also went down to say that they'll continue to do it until people begin begging, or until people begin stopping, or until they stop begging for planes to be released. Right. So it's like, I completely understand where they're coming from, and they're not wrong. But we will see how this 340 update is. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully it gets improved. Hopefully it actually works with the MCDU better. Hopefully the CPDLC integration, which I did think I thought I saw something that said that the CPDLC integration was better. All right, go ahead and wait 30 seconds or so if the sim freezes up. All right, marketplace. My library. Download completed. Come on now. Downloads ready to install. Installation failed again. Installation failed again. Question is now, do I just accept that I don't have a decent 340 until they tell us when, or do I try to restart, or do I try to uninstall the sim tomorrow night, or do I try to do this tomorrow night? That's the question. Yep. Yeah, I would agree. Cancel that. Actually, I need to contact Microsoft about the Microsoft account. So, alright. Download. At least it's the fast download. So, at least it's a fast download. You know, just I think just the whole marketplace experience is bad enough to wait for the TELUS one. That said, I would love another long haul aircraft to fly, preferably a decent one as well. It's been a minute since we last flew the A330 from Headwinds. Maybe we'll try that out next, because that'd be a really good alternative. In the meantime, that would be a really good alternative if this doesn't work out. Here's a potential idea. Maybe the AirNott liveries are getting in the way. Maybe the livery is getting in the way of the of this stuff. Maybe that's getting in the way. Not to worry. Not to worry, Grumpy. I'll be here for another hour or so probably. I'll be here for like another hour or so. Alright, downloads. Installation failed. Not again. Alright, let me try, before we contact Microsoft support, I'm gonna remove the AirNott liveries temporarily. Let's see here, where is it? Wonder if maybe that's potentially interfering with all this. Where did I put the liveries again? $340 AirNott. Let me move those out for right now. Alright, downloads, more options, cancel that. We'll restart the sim now that I've moved the AirNott liveries out of the way. Yep. We'll restart the sim. That's what we'll do. I don't have anything else that should be obstructing the sim. No, I don't. Alright. Well, so let me just verify it's actually out of the way. 250, A350, A300. Yep. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. If I can't figure this out now, then we'll do it another day. Probably do it tomorrow night. Yeah. The reason that there's not going to be a stream tomorrow night is simple. Gotta go pick someone up at around midnight. So, like, right in the middle of the time that I usually do any kind of flight sim as well. So, very, very annoying. Very, very annoying. Try restarting the sim. After this, that's restarting the computer. After that, then it is contacting Microsoft support. But I'm willing to potentially bet that maybe the AirNott liveries, just because they begin with the folders, or begin with any builds, A340, whatever. I'm willing to bet that maybe that was causing a bit of a conflict. I don't know. It also feels like it shouldn't cause a conflict. So it feels like the sim should be able to recognize, oh, this is a delivery, not a plane. So we'll try this. Now that I have the AirNott liveries out the way. Moby Flight, tell you what, Moby Flight, kinda don't want you running right now. Stop you. Alright. Let's see if moving the AirNott liveries out the community folder did anything. My library streamed. Give this a minute to catch up. Alright, download that. Give that a moment to download. Kind of feel like that it should be that the sim should know this is the livery for an aircraft. Kind of feels like it should sell it. You'd say, oh, the uninstall failed, by the way. Right. I have developer mode. I could use that. Alright. Let's see here. $75, 76% now. At least it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to deal with. Try. Yeah. Double checked all that. Alright. Ready to install. Install. Shit. Alright then. Well. Retrying. It's retrying. Very, very annoying. Very, very, very annoying. I guess theoretically we could still kind of tell. I guess maybe theoretically we could kind of still tell if, at the very least for the integrations, maybe not from the modeling perspective, but at the very least from like the integration standpoint. I mean, I don't have the best internet connection in the world, but I also have I also don't have a bad one, so we can see if the systems are updated, because if it's all streamed in, then you know. Aha! It worked this time. It worked. Finally. Finally, it worked. I thought I disabled the 172 Skyhawk. Well, yes, that's fair. Where is it? Where is it? A340, 300, the EIS-1. Let's get on the ground at Gatwick. We will get it on the ground at Gatwick. Finally did it. Finally did it. Simap Pro. It finally did it. It finally just did it. Some kind of weather going on at Gatwick. Alright. Start up all those. Aha! This is better. That's much better. That's much better. I think these lines rotate ever so slightly, but whatever. All right. Let's see here. ATC com. Well. Yes, we are finally. What I ended up doing is I ended up temporarily moving the AirNott liveries out of the community folder, and it still failed on the first time, but then it didn't fail. Yeah, you kept the wing views. All right. So the first thing I noticed is, we saw the new screen boot up. Alright, let's see here. Batteries. Alright. The, thing still doesn't work. The MCDU still doesn't work very well. I'm going to blame the MCDU less on any builds. Well, I don't know. I don't know about the MCDU because I feel like it works with every other aircraft. Kind of feels like it should work with any builds. At the same time, though, it also feels like it could be a wing issue. I don't know who to blame for that. Alright. Let me just get a Gatwick to Gatwick flight running. Do you know if it works with the FSI panel yet? I don't know if it does. FSI panel 2024. I don't think it does, actually. Any builds so slow. Oh, yes, it will. It will. It will. Alright. Let's get the FSI panel up. In the meantime, we can get those up. Still doesn't work with the, I don't think it will work with the cars printer. Aircraft settings. I only works with the car splitter. Yeah, for WinWing. What is the latest SimApp Pro version they have? It says current version is up to date. And then in terms of yeah, I don't know who to blame. I don't know who to blame for that, for the MCDU. It'll work if I were to say that this is the Copilot. It'll work just fine then. But then it works with the Fenix just fine as the pilot one. So I don't know. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think on that front. Unless they broke that functionality. Unless they broke it, which yeah, that's what I have as well. That's what I have. 1.16.7.1. Yeah. Kind of annoying though that it doesn't work with the MCDU. FSI panel. Alright, for right now, is there like a way to speed up some of this stuff? Found that. Okay, but if you go back to 1.16.70. How can I do that? See here. Download it through, I guess, the WinWing website. Is there like a place to find? Let me just get this side screen. Oh. Alright. SimApp Pro. SimApp Pro WinWing. Let's see here. Dismiss. Nope. Maybe firmware? I doubt it. Yeah, I'll do that later. Yeah, if you can send it on Discord, that would help. That would help. The download driver. No. Download Center, SimApp Pro. Alright. Either way, for right now, I can ignore the MCDU issue if it's more WinWing's issue than mine. Alright, let's see here. FSI panel. I'll wait for the IRS to be aligned. So one thing I am curious about, and this thing that I didn't really realize until not long ago, until I read the Discord page, but apparently the at least in the version that I was using, apparently the callouts, the RA callouts were stolen directly from the A350, and once I saw that, I definitely realized, yeah, that's true, but still, it's not something I realized until I read the Reddit page. All right. That's here. What's the current METAR? All right. Here's my issue with the EFB, and it's more to do with VATSIM. I like the flight plan and all, but can you guys please? I have to. It's useless to me. It's useless because I have to file on VATSIM anyway. Okay. Let's see here. For right now, let me just Gatwick. Generate plan. Discord message. Discord then. For right now, I can get past the. Might work on me. Can't send it as it exceeds. Oh. Annoying. For right now, I can ignore the MCDU though. For right now, I can ignore the MCDU. Alright, my flight. Import from SimBrief, I guess. Yeah. NH1021. That's all I need. FSI panel. Now we can do 2-6 left, short final. You know, I'll see if the handling works any better. The handling earlier, though, was yuck. Wasn't as bad as the 350 was, but there's a thing about it that just didn't feel right. And it was when you were on short final as well. Something about the landing physics. Maybe it's not even like a control issue. Maybe it's just like not like fully knowing when you've landed or whatever. Alright. 2 minutes for the IRS. What is the... I'm just waiting here for a moment. In the meantime, I can go and get some fuel. Import all from SimBrief. Instant load. Alright, the throttles are still linked correctly. Alright, emergency lights armed. What? That kind of seems annoying. The second you turn on the beacon lights, which I know theoretically you're supposed to not have the beacon lights until you're pushed, but the second you turn off the beacon lights, the second you turn on the beacon lights, it disconnects the ground power. That seems weird. Crew supply on. Not official procedure, I know, but it's fine. We'll wait until the AP is actually fully available. All right. My issue with the 350 is that it's kind of hard to land it. With the 350, it kind of feels like the wind and stuff doesn't like really affect it in a significant way. It kind of feels like a plane on rails in the sky, if you know what I mean. It doesn't have its like own good physics. It just feels in the sky, you know, and it's kind of annoying. Not annoying is not the right word, but it doesn't feel right because of that. Doesn't feel like what it should feel like. And I don't get that sensation from the fly-by-wire at all. Aha. Continue to download. Thanks for that, Grumpy. Just saw it. Thank you. Thanks for that. Yeah, it kind of feels like a rail in the sky. It doesn't feel like it's weight, right? And it's rather the fly-by-wire. I don't get that sensation from the fly-by-wire. I don't get it from the 777s. I don't get that sensation from any other aircrafts except for the Indy-builds one. Except for the Indy-build aircrafts. Right now, the 340, I can definitely feel that the A340 is heavy, but it's still, when you're on short final, it still doesn't feel right. Wing. Yeah, I know. I'm still waiting for them to. I still haven't paid for my new throttles. Yet. I'll hopefully pay for those next week. ETA, they said December 9th. So, right. But anyway, so the fly-by-wire A380 in 2020, it felt fine. The Fenix aircrafts, they feel fine, but we'll see if there's an improvement. All right. ATSU data link, ASC menu, add/remove. All right. Yeah. All right. I know how to uninstall stuff. All right. Been doing it quite a while now. Apps, install apps, SimApp Pro. Where's that at? Scroll down a bit. SimApp Pro, uninstall. Probably help if I were to close it first. Uninstall SimApp Pro. Yes. Next. Finish. And if it wasn't for that I was streaming, I'd be restarting the whole computer right now. All right. Flight init. See if this is built out any further. There. Yeah. All right. For me. Install. Yeah. I'll happily ignore the warnings. All right. All right. Run SimApp Pro. Yes. Allow. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, I know there's a. Okay. Let's see here. Version 1.16.7 beta. Okay. What's going on here with these? Test. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's the. There we go. Let's see. Does it work? Okay. Yes, it does work now. It does work correctly. Thanks for that, Grumpy. Thanks that it does actually work. The MCDU does actually work correctly now. All right. So that wasn't fair to ever put on any builds then. It does work correctly now. And and I'll see if we'll hop in the triple later, or I'll hop in it tomorrow. Probably do a very time accelerated version to get the other 772 back to Heathrow. All right, let's see here. What are we doing? 26 left. Flaps full. Let me just go ahead and get the flaps full there. Ignition start. Make sure parking brake is set for right now. And once we get those engines started, we will go ahead and see if the start valve not open. What are you talking about? I know technically you're not supposed to start all four at once, but whatever. There we go. That error's gone. We'll see if the physics are any better. We have been spoiled by Fenix, though. We have been spoiled by Fenix, and it's not really necessarily the price that gets me about Fenix, despite them being cheaper than literally everyone else. That was from earlier. What's our weight data looking like? Actually, can I just... What? You can't, I thought you could just send this over. I've told Mr. Knott to include your Baltimore to Heathrow route as his new hub system. What? He didn't include it. So what's going on with this new thing that we're doing? All right, zero fuel weight is what? 20. Sorry. Nope. Wrong button. All right. That's one button that's not working correctly. Clear that. Oh, the MCD is not working correctly. That's what's going on. Getting concerned. I got concerned that the thing wasn't working correctly. Am I being blind here? Am I being blind here? There we go. Now it's working. And I was about to say, if the MCD doesn't work. Oh my word. Alright, let's see here. 17 point, it's 174.2 over 2773. All right, there we go. All right, let's set us up for a long final. Flaps full. That works for me. Let's get everything on. All right, did you notice how this thing, how the beacon lights just not beacon light. The second I turned on the beacon lights, the external power went away. Don't know how I feel about that. All right. Let's. WAGG-26 left. FSI panel. And we can get Newsky up just for the sake of it. Alright, long final. I can ignore the doors. FSI. Alright. Make sure yes, the hardware flat lever is full. Release parking brake. Hope you don't crash. Climb detent. Alright, get the TCAS going. Alright, so I love how they include this printer, but I haven't been able to figure out a way to add that printer to my printer right here. Wait, what? It's doing it for ILS 08, right? What? Engine's back to normal. Alright, the RA callouts are better now. The RA callouts are better. No longer from the 350. Alright, yoke. Turn that off. Alright, let's see if I like the physics of this any better. Alright, and I'll double check the I thought I saw it put in for 08 right, which is interesting. Alright, let me just verify that before. If I have to go look at the frequency, that's fine. Yeah, Fred. Man. Yeah, it did put it in for 08 right. Arrival. ILS 26 left. Insert. Alright, direct. There. Alright, there we go. FSI panel failed me there. Alright. Approach mode on. Alright, I have control now. Autopilot back on. What is up with this visibility? You guys should know. Alright, let's see if the handling of it's any better than it was. Didn't feel great earlier. We can reduce to our final approach speed. Flaps are full. I don't have the radio panel up. Whatever. That's fine. We're not on VATSIM right now. We will see if this thing behaves any better than it did. The CRTs are looking the way that they did them, the way that they were able to do the CRTs makes me happy. And QNH, that's wrong. QNH as well. 102 win on the QNH. Alright, we're gonna do a bit of games here. We are way too high. I blame that on FSI panel. Alright, there we go. Now we're looking better. Yeah, the thing feels heavy. It's feeling, it's not convinced by it. It's on short final that I have the issue. feels slow. It feels really slow. It would help if the ILS actually was working correctly, but whatever. I'll have to live with that not working. Pure visual. Gentle stick movement. Oh, what's happening there? Nose back down. Yeah, I got that. Not great for it. I don't know what to think, because on the one hand it feels heavy, it feels like it should. On the other hand, it still doesn't feel quite right. But it felt better than it felt earlier, though. Alright, what about an airport that there's basically zero wind at? Yeah, well, practice... Yeah. Alright, well, this thing might be usable now. This thing might be usable now that the MCD is working. Alright. Try short final on 2-6 left. Move aircraft. Let's try the short final. Yeah, I don't use FSI panel enough, to be honest. I don't use FSI panel enough. Alright. It felt better than it felt earlier, but... The 350 on the other hand, the 350 doesn't feel right at all. The 350 does not feel right at all. I'm ready for the tallest though. I'm ready for the tallest one. Buy that one, see if it's better. The one thing I did see, and I don't understand why on earth they would do this, but anybody decided to put the train data through any manager, like as if that was a good idea. Just put the whole thing through any manager. With that said, though, it might be usable now that it's with this update. Might be usable. ATC system response. All right, ATSU data link. I think is it ATC menu maybe? No. I would like to be able to get a pre-departure clearance. Clearance. Okay, that is in here. All right. I thought for a second that we were actually going to crash. Alright. We will see if this landing is any better. Hopefully the ILS is actually hooked up. which I don't think it is, but whatever. I still don't know what to think, because on the one hand, it's definitely improved. On the other hand, it still doesn't feel right, or it still doesn't feel great to fly. But it might just be the fact that it's really heavy, and that might just be me. Earlier, though, it felt horrendous. It felt horrendous earlier. Alright. I don't like that it doesn't have the ILS up. FSI needs to... That's one thing I've consistently noticed with the FSI panel. It doesn't get the nav radio right. Very few times have I actually seen it get the nav radio right. It's one thing I have noticed about FSI panel. Very few times have I seen it do it correctly. Begin the drop now. What's that annoying alarm that's going off? What's that really annoying alarm that's going off? Alright. Let's try this on short final again. Oh, my freaking thing got stuck there for a second. That alarm completely distracted me on that one. Alright, it's usable. It's usable. The CRTs are wonderful. The CRTs are beautiful. When in the daylight, when it's not cloudy. Alright, let's try an airport maybe with a little less wind. What's Baltimore looking like? Ready to land this thing? It'll be the wind at Baltimore. Yeah, much better. Runway 28. We can go short final. Wrong button. Alright. Let's try Baltimore, because be landing this thing at Baltimore the most, to be honest. Especially if we end up swapping out the 200s for this thing, which will not make the VA as much money. That will not make the virtual airline as much money. Actually, let me get the nav read for Baltimore real quickly. And we can adjust the time of day as well. I mean, it's so dark outside. Alright, unload airports. Baltimore. Yeah, let's see if this thing is actually decent. Let's see if it can land at Baltimore and in good winds. 240 degrees, 4 knots. FSI panel, are you gonna do your thing? Approach for 28. For 28, let's see here. ILS runway 28. Verify that it actually gets the nav right. It did not. It has not yet. Alright, the ILS frequency is 285. At 109.7. My bad, just took over as I was finishing putting that in. Alright. 285 at 109.7. Uh, 285 in the course. And then it is IOEH 109.7. Sound not liking that? About just putting in the frequency itself. Alright, there we go. There we go. Now we actually have the ILS. Alright. I have control now. It's in 1200. That's the runway we'll probably land it in the most, aside from Heathrow. So a little short on the visibility today, but that's fine. That's normal for this time in the morning. Alright. Glad slip intercepted. See how this thing does. Flaps are full. Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't think it's raining outside. No, whatever. Let's see how this is. A little low. All right. That was pretty decent. That wasn't bad. 269. That wasn't bad. And you can definitely tell when you actually touch down. You can definitely tell when you actually touch down. That's the issue with the 350. That's one of the issues that I'm having with the 350. You can't exactly feel when you touch down in the 350. Right, I can feel it in every other aircraft. I can't really feel it in the 350. All right, let's try that again. This time we'll try it out on the long final, or short. We'll try it out on the short final again. That it didn't feel bad. It didn't feel bad then. I mean, you can definitely tell when you touch the runway with this update. You could kind of before, but it's better now. It's much better now. It's much better than it was. Are we gonna crash? No. Wait for this thing to be done with its fit. Wait for this thing to be done with its fit. That was getting annoying. Alright. Check destination data. Yes, so it's 109.7. Alright, there we go. I had to manually put that in again. So, alright. Come on now. FSI panel, are you gonna screw us? FSI panel, are you gonna force it to crash? Kind of feels like FSI panel is gonna force it to crash, to be honest. Come on, FSI panel, let's not do that, please. Really, FSI panel? You're gonna let us go down to 600 feet? Expecting me to cruise there for like the next 15-20 minutes? Come on, FSI panel, let's not do that. An FSI panel does this in every aircraft, so... Alright. We'll wait for it to actually get it back up to 1,200 feet. And approach mode on. Alright. I have control. Good. Let's see if this thing's gonna continue to change my mind about it. So, I mean, so far it is, so far it is. If only we could get an extra, if only we could get an extra one. If only we could get a few extras. This thing might be flyable now. Alright. Take this over by hand in a moment. The brakes are hot, but whatever. 5, 4, 3. Maybe we can get RAS up real quickly. 2, 1. Still a little high on the approach. Let's see. Let's see here. We're not on taxiway. Shut up, RAS. We're not on taxiway, are we? We're on the runway. Yeah, so you can... Okay, this thing's changing my mind about it because you can definitely tell when you touch down. You can definitely feel the vibrations in the runway. This thing is changing my mind about it. Alright. Alright. Now, if only any builds can fix the 350. That thing is back in the hangar permanently, by the way. I'm not flying the thing again. Alright. Can flying this aircraft? It's better. It's better. Alright. So, ATC comm, that's better. Alright. This thing might have changed my mind about it. This thing might have changed my mind about it. What on earth? Why on earth is that out? Ground equipment. Hang on. Was that landing really so hard? Holy. Grumpy, that landing was so hard, it decided to deploy the emergency slide somehow. For some reason. My word. What on earth? Alright. Well, that's definitely better. That's definitely a lot better. This thing might be usable now. Now, is there a way to hook it up to the ACARS printer yet? Because that'd be nice. Configuration setting, brake fans. Why they can't just put the brake fans right here? I have no clue. Oh. What? Alright, well, we can keep that enabled. Alright. Aircraft settings. Captain, first officer. Alright. Oh, that's good. Flex performance mode. Sorry, FX. Okay. Alright, this thing's not bad. This thing's better. What? Oh. Oh. That is an issue with the plane. It wasn't that hard. Actually, if we look at FSI panel. Okay. Distance from the center line was the only thing that knocked us out there. Landing distance was good. Bank at touchdown perfect. Rate of descent, it was not 30 feet per minute. It was not 30 feet per minute unless we bounced, but alright. Wasn't that bad. I don't know. Probably a bug somewhere, but that's fine. Start looking at it from this part. Alright. This thing has redeemed itself for now. Though I don't know for how long, but it's redeemed itself for now. Clear that out. Now, we just need to figure out a way to get the ACARS messages to print, but that is one of those things that even the triple doesn't do. Only the Fenix does that. So it's spent $40 for a Fenix, which is fine, but still. All right, EFB settings maybe? No, that wouldn't be in it. Autoprint initial, yeah. Autoprint wins. Yeah, okay. If you're gonna go through the effort to put in like a paper right here, kind of feels like you should put in the effort to. It kind of feels like you should put in the effort to just allow it to print to like an actual printer, but I think they did say that they were going to work on that. At least they said that for the 350, and we're still waiting, I think. All right. Maybe it's somewhere else though. No, probably not. All right. The 350 is awful. Actually, we're gonna. Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's gonna do it for us for today. I think it's only. Yeah, yeah. The 3058 doesn't have that. The 777 doesn't have that, but they also don't even have the ability to like print it out and like print out in the actual thing. That said, though, it is really nice to have. It is really nice to have. So yeah. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me. I need some food. So next stream is gonna be Sunday night, most likely. Either a Baltimore to Heathrow or around the world. I haven't figured it out yet. So Grumpy, thank you so much for the help, by the way. Thanks to you, this thing has redeemed itself, or you redeemed it. So anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. That's gonna do it for me. Been at this now 6.5 hours. Sorry, almost 7 hours. So I need to get to bed. I'm getting tired. I'm freaking hungry. So all right, and I'll see you all Sunday. Sunday night, Monday morning. Whenever I end up streaming. So onwards to Russia, yes, which we're gonna aim, because of the political stuff, we're gonna aim to be out of Russia in like 20 minutes. So we're gonna aim for a very, very fast turnaround time for Russia. It'll be, we need fuel. It'll be a landing for fuel. But we're all fueled up. Let's get out. Let's get out of here there again. So anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you all Sunday. So long.